All right. I'm waiting for one name to be identified. It says waiting for, there we go. Okay. I think we have the majority. There may be two more people still need to join, but what we're going to do is we've been putting on hold Team 3, Team Rockstars problem statement, and this may be a good opportunity to just go ahead and take care of that. So who is going to read for Team 3's problem statement? Team 3, who's going to read for your problem statement?
I will read it. Oh,
Okay.
Trinice is saying she will as soon as she can locate it.
All right, I just put it on the screen for you. I'll make it a little bit larger, maybe.
Trinice, you got it?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm trying to make it larger and it's getting smaller. That's weird.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
It takes in excess of 30 days after a program has had an annual regulatory audit for deficiencies to be communicated nationally, and an additional 30 days before the corrective action plan is communicated. During the last 6 months, 90% of the programs have received the same corrective action. This has led to QA and program staff expending an extra 5 hours per week to resolve the same problems in each of the programs.
Okay, so I'm going to open this up to the other teams. Did you hear clearly the where, the what, the when, the extent, and the impact?
Yes, I think my only feedback, a really good statement, I like it, maybe just to specify, because you do write program, but what programs are being affected or what region, or is this like a company-wide issue? Maybe just specify so we know the scope of our problem.
Okay, so the where needs a little bit more clarification and possibly the type of program that you're discussing, and that gets an amen from Erica. So I appreciate that feedback. And so the where and your participants would like to know a little bit more about what type of program, what category of program. Are we talking about all programs, particular types of programs? Is there a noun name for the grouping of these type of programs? And so that's something that I think could definitely advantage this problem statement. And it looks like there's a great opportunity to go forward, just like with the problem statements from Team 1 and Team 2. This does look like it is a important matter that needs some correction. And the nice thing is, it seems like there's a central thread where when you do a DMAIC project, you're going to be able to find some solutions that are going to apply to the majority of the pain that you're experiencing, from what I can see. There's a commonality between 90% of these programs having the same corrective action. Well, that obviously means that there's a commonality of the source of what that corrective action is needed. Does that make sense? Team 3?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, do either of the other teams have anything else to add to this? Anything in the discussion? All right, let's give a round of applause to all three teams, because all three of your teams, you may have an opportunity, you do have an opportunity for some wordsmithing on your problem statements, but that's all right, because once you start socializing it, start working with people in your organization and using them as a sounding board. Go to some safe audiences first, use them as a sounding board. Get some work done on some of the wordsmithing on the three problem statements that have been presented, but it's definitely going to be ready for some prime time projects to take place, and so I'm happy to see that, because like I said, this is basically the cornerstone, and if you can have something that draws the right level of attention and creates the right level of motivation, you can push past that inertia of getting started on doing a performance improvement project, and that gets the ball rolling. And so these little things, that we need to correct along the way, that's fine. But I think each one of your teams definitely have the opportunity to get the ball rolling on some performance improvement projects. All right, having said that, we're going to get back into the material. Let me take a quick inventory, see who has joined us. And who am I missing? Okay. Yes, it looks like we have a full house now. So let's get into this discussion about simple linear correlation. Again, this is where we left off yesterday. But as I was stating yesterday, if I'm going to do a correlation study, it's meaningless to just look at a scatter plot without the R value applied to it, and that R value is my correlation coefficient. And if your data is perceived or believed to be from a normally distributed source, so if you're expecting that your full population has normal distribution that you're pulling this data out of, and again, it doesn't have to be perfectly normal, it's approximate normal, okay, that would pass a statistical test for normalcy. If we believe that it's approximately normal, that's good enough, and we'll use the Pearson correlation coefficient. If we've tested and we found out that the data is not normal from the population, or if we just know that ahead of time, we would use the Spearman. But most of what you're going to be working with, you're probably going to be using the Pearson correlation, and so that's what we're going to discuss the most. And so the R values that you'd be looking for range from -1 to a 1, and so of course the -1 would be a perfect negative correlation, and a +1 would be a perfect positive correlation. These things don't really exist in the real world unless you have fabricated data. I could fabricate data for you, to get exactly a -1 or exactly a +1. A lot of times what you're really going to have, even if it's very, very, very close, it'll be 0.999 something. Now your system may round up to a 1, but a -1 would mean that you have a regression line and every data element is perfectly dissected by that explanatory line. And same thing for a +1, every data point would have to be perfectly dissected by that explanatory line. And like I say, we can make those numbers up, but you're not going to find it in real world situations. You're going to be somewhat less. All right, and so if you have this says if you have greater than a 0.85, then that's a strong correlation. Some publications are going to tell you if you have higher than a 0.80, you know, that's a strong correlation. So there's a little bit of subjectivity and a little bit of difference, you know, from one reference point to the next. But by the time that you get to a 0.80, 0.85, 0.90, definitely, you know, we can start calling that a strong positive correlation. And then less than 0.80, 0.85, 0.90, that's, we're going to start calling that a strong negative correlation. And then we have the things that are somewhere in between. And a lot of times that's what we're looking at, is something that's kind of in between that range. But when I have a very strong relationship, again, correlation does not constitute causation. And part of my problem with correlation studies is we don't generate a formula for predictive analysis. And so that's why we go and upgrade our tool to regression analysis. And with regression analysis, we're going to use this transfer function that we talked about much earlier. Excuse me. Y equals a function of X. Then we're going to look at Y equals a function of X plus the error. Okay, and it's this plus the error, and whether that's a positive error, negative error, you know, it's that'll come into the formula, that'll come into play. But it's Y equals a function of X plus error. And so what we're going to study is if you can build a model and have explanatory data on your x-axis that's sufficient enough to explain a y outcome, and what degree of sufficiency, what percentage of the y outcome can be explained by the particular x driver with a simple linear regression, or if it's multiple linear regression, the combination of x drivers that we have down here, how much of the y is explained by that. And it starts out, you know, it's a lot like a correlation study, but we're going to do a bit more math in the background. And so to get back into the swing of that, we're going to look at a couple of videos. But the main thing that you need to pick up from this is what we're doing with regression is we're trying to figure out, you know, what is my control point? If I want a particular outcome, a particular y outcome, and I want to keep it in a certain zone, if I have a really good regression model, that means that I can say, okay, well, if I keep this x driver, or with multiple linear regression, if I keep these couple of x drivers in a certain position or at a certain controllable value, then I can reliably get this y outcome. But again, the caveat to that is it has to be a strong model. And for a strong model, conventionally, what we're using is an expectation of a R-square value, not an R value, but an R-square value of 0.80 and above. And by the time that I get to 0.90, that's very, very strong evidence. We can never prove it completely, just like with your hypothesis test that you was looking at videos yesterday. We can't, you know, prove it conclusively, and everything that we get as a result is based off of things that that have been, because the data that we're looking at is going to be some level of historical data, even if you pull the data and run it right away. And so there's some subjectivity, or you know, there's some potential for other things to change in the world around you. But our intent would be to, if we have a favorable result that we was trying to get, you know, our intent would be to kind of hold those other things still as well. But here, let me get back to the image here. Okay, and so from day one, this notional mapping that we have, you know, may start to be more clearly in focus. It definitely will be by the time that we get through with this analyze phase. And so regression is just one of those tools in your tool belt where we can say conclusively, I need to hold this X. This is indeed a critical X, and I need to hold it at a specific value. And so I'm going to put a control lever here, and then I can put a monitoring system here. And if while I'm monitoring this X, if it changes values outside of a tolerance level that I set it for, then we have a reaction plan that goes into improving control and reaction plans. All right, but ultimately, what I'm talking about is if I can map out and model and prove that this is a primary driver, this is a primary driver to a particular Y outcome that I'm trying to affect, then I hold those things in position. So let's get into what this regression analysis looks like. And by the way, I have a 30-minute video that can take you into all the manual math and the manual math that's associated with this. If you're dealing with a few data points, it's not that cumbersome, but typically what happens with regression analysis is you're not going to be dealing with just 5 or 6 data points. You're going to be dealing with maybe hundreds of data points or thousands of data points. And so you can definitely be dealing with dozens and dozens of data points, and the manual math with this would be very encumbersome. But for those of you that want to get refreshed on the manual math associated with regression analysis, I have a 30-minute video that's perfect for you, and it'll take you into manually solving for not only the regression analysis, but for F-test and finding your R-square values and the whole 9. And so it's good. It's a good video, but it's beyond the scope of what we're going to cover in this class. We're going to learn how to push certain buttons and interpret results.
I'm one of the 30 AI voices from.
This tutorial is an introduction to regression.
Oh, by the way, today is Big Video Day. Give me a TU or a TD if you're excited about Big Video Day. Double eagle. All right, here's the thing. I like taking you out of the textual information, even the textual information with graphics, and taking you into video because it's more retainable for you. And oh, by the way, as green belts, you're going to have a responsibility to not only learn this for yourself, but you're going to have to start training some people around you, that are on your team doing projects that may have not had the advantage of going through a full green belt course. And so it's not that you got to sit them down and teach them a 40-hour course. It's as you're going to start using the tool, you refresh yourself, 1, and then 2, you can give some just-in-time focused training, via little video vignettes to help them to understand what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it. Is that good? What do you think, Jorge? You like that? Yes. Okay. And so here we're at mybooksucks.com again with David Longstreet. Again, I'm a fan of his. I like his style. So we'll get into this video. If you have trouble hearing it, let me know and I'll send you the link.
There's an X variable and a Y variable in this case. The independent variable is on the X-axis and the dependent variable is on the Y-axis. And we try to form a relationship between these two variables and draw a line, in this case, a straight line. And over the next series of videos, I'll explain what all this means. What we try to understand is as the independent variable is moving or changing, what happens to the dependent variable? Does it go up or does it go down? How does it change? If they move in the same direction, if the independent variable increases and the dependent variable increases as well, like this, we say there's a positive relationship. If, on the other hand, as the independent variable increases and the dependent variable decreases like this, we say there's a negative relationship. The line would look like this, go downward. In linear regression, we try to make a line to make a linear regression. The key is on line right there, a straight line. You can also do curved lines, but for this topic, it's all straight lines. To actually conduct regression, I take observations, and I'll just plot some more observations in here randomly. I'll stick them in here like that. And I try to find a line that will fit, a straight line that fits through all these different points. And this is called my regression line. And it's based upon the least squares method. And in the end, I want to minimize the difference between the estimated value and the actual value. I want to minimize my errors. This line will have a lot of errors if I compare the actual to the estimated value. And again, the point is to minimize these errors or make them as small as possible. Now let's imagine I put study time on the x-axis, or make that my independent variable, and the dependent variable becomes grades or GPA. As study time increases, grades should go up. There is a positive relationship. In regression, we develop these equations like this. In this case, y hat is estimated grades, and it's based upon, or it's equal to, b naught plus b1 times x, where x is study time. B naught we derive mathematically, and it is the y-intercept. B1 we also derive mathematically, and I'll do it in a later video, and it's the slope of the line. In this case, the slope is positive. In the next video, I'll discuss how you develop these equations. Now, if I change the x-axis to time on Facebook, we see a negative relationship. More time on Facebook, grades will suffer and go down, a negative relationship. What we're estimating is still grades, estimated grades, is equal to b naught minus b1 times x, where x is time on Facebook. B naught is still the y-intercept, and it is a calculated value. The slope of the line is negative b1 because it's downward sloping, negative relationship. And as I said before, I'll show you how to calculate this equation in the next video. The x is the independent variable. The y is the dependent variable. The x is what we control, what we manipulate, what we change. And the dependent variable is the outcome. So study time is the independent variable. It's what we control and manipulate. And your grades are dependent upon how much you study.
All right. And so that's very straightforward. Nothing really to follow up with there. By the way, we're going to review the videos that you watched last night when we get to that section.
In this tutorial, I'm going to talk about regression. In the end, we come up with equations and numbers and formulas, and it looks nasty. Anyway, I will walk you through it and hopefully make it as simple as possible. I'm going to start with the independent variable, which is the x-axis, and I'm making these numbers up, but I'll plot them out. And also the dependent variable, which is the y-axis, and I'll plot numbers there as well. I'm just going to label the y-axis. So I'll put in points for these observation, and this observation here is the first one, which is 1. and y is equal to 2, where x is equal to 1 and y is 2. Let me drop in the second observation, and it's located at point 2, 4.
So forth and so on.
For the y's, I will take the distance each observation is from the y mean.
Okay, actually, this is getting more granular than what I want to go into right now, but you can come back and figure out the math that's behind this. What I want to do is I want to get to where we're pushing the button in software and we're coming up with something to evaluate. So hold on a second. We can show you in Minitab, but whether you're using Minitab or whether you're using any other statistical software, it is all going to perform relatively the same way. And what I want to get you to is I do want you to come back and review the manual math if you're far removed from that. But ultimately, what you're going to be doing in the real world is pushing a button on software.
People ask me every.
This is Stephanie from statisticshowto.com, and in this video I'll be showing you how to perform regression in Minitab. I've already entered my data into 2 columns. Weight is in one column and calories is in the second column. And I want to perform regression to find out what correlation there is between a person's weight and how many calories they consume. Click Stat.
Okay, do you think that there's going to be a strong relationship between weight and how many calories a person consumes? Give me a TU is if your belief, if your hypothesis would be that there is a correlation. Okay, good. And the null hypothesis in a correlation study would be that there's no relationship, and so you're trying to disprove that null, and you have this research or alternative hypothesis where you're saying, yeah, you know, there is a relationship.
Regression and fitted line plot. The first variable we enter is our y, our response. That's our independent variable. Our independent variable is calories. We want to find out what weight a person is depending on how many calories they consume. So calories is our independent. And our predictor, x, is our weights. Our weights are our dependent values. Click Select. Click OK. And here's our regression window. We have a scatter plot with a best fit line up in the top right here.
Okay, and what we're looking for is, see, if you were just doing a scatter plot, even if they superimposed a fitted line on your scattered plot, it wouldn't be called a regression line. A lot of times I just go ahead and call it a regression line, but you know, you could have a fitted line on a scatter plot. But you know, a lot of times I just want you to say, okay, well, you know, is this a very strong relationship? Is it not? Well, again, a lot of that has to do with the scales that you have on down here on the x-axis and the y-axis as to how close these data points look. So what we want is we want something to analyze, and we're given that here in spades. Okay, our R-squared value here is 97.8%. Okay, so that's huge, you know, R-squared value. So it means that there's a very, very strong correlation between the weight and the calories. And now that I'm doing regression analysis, it's actually going to give you a regression formula, and that regression formula is your predictive formula. So you could say, okay, well, what if I had, you know, 125 pounds? You could predict where that's going to fall on this Y outcome. And so that's what we want to do the regression analysis for specifically, so we get that regression formula. The R-squared value really is just the square root of the R value. Okay, and so the I mean, not the square root, it's the square, belaying my last, of the R value. And so my R value goes from a -1 to a +1. So if I square that, my R square value is going to go from a 0 to a positive 1. I won't have any negative values in my R square.
We have S, the standard error, is 51.73. And we have R squared and adjusted R squared. Our adjusted R squared is always going to be slightly lower than R squared. An R squared adjusted of 97.6 means that you can expect 97.6% of the points to fit the line fairly well. So we've got a high R squared, which means our line of best fit is a good model for this particular set of data.
Okay, now she said the R square is going to be a little bit less, and that's because she only has one X categorical input here. If she had multiple, if we were doing multiple linear regression, the R square could actually go up or down. The R square adjusted could go up or down. If the R square adjusted goes down when you're doing multiple linear regression, basically what that's telling you is at least one of the X drivers is detracting from the model, and we need to isolate that out. You know, of course, if it's just 2, you know, it should be pretty easy to tell. But if you're testing 3 or 4 X drivers at the same time, you got to start pairing those out because something is giving a negative impact. If the R square adjusted goes up, well, then what that's telling you is, yes, it's good to look at both of these X drivers at the same time and control them in specific areas. All right, so as you can see, when I take you back into the manual math via the video that I'm going to give you, and it's not just a video on this slide. I'm going to give you an additional video that gets very detailed, but watch the videos on that slide and watch the detailed video that I'm going to send a link to you if you want to get back into the manual math. But for your project purposes and for any tests that I'm going to give you, all I need you to know is how to push a button and how to read the results. Okay, and if you do decide to get a free trial to Minitab, or if your organization buys Minitab, you know, to help with your performance improvement projects, or you ever want to learn about Minitab, there's a great link here for a 1-hour video that tells you everything you need to know about Minitab to get started. He says everything you need to know about Minitab, but in reality, it's just to kind of get started and become very familiar with the interface and the different types of tests that you run and how to run them. All right, and so, oh, by the way, this video link here from he calls it Kasum, yeah, Kasum, not QSUM, but Kasum. And we're actually going, when we get into the improve phase, we're gonna, when we study DOE, design of experiment, he has a simulation, a virtual simulation, and it's a very good simulation. And you're gonna get to participate with that simulation, even if you don't have Minitab, because we're going to be working with a Statapult tomorrow. Has anybody ever used a Statapult before? Okay, Kristen, go ahead and ask what you're asking.
You said something about the video. You said something about the video. You weren't going to ask us how to actually do the math, but you were going to ask how to
interpret results. How to interpret results. So if I say you have a R-square value of and it may be, you know, it may say 80% or it may say 0.80. You know, is that a strong relationship? You know, a question like that. Okay, it's just about interpretation of results. You're not going to be asked to manually solve a regression equation. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Because, oh, by the way, to tell you the truth, if you had, a couple of dozen data points to manually solve the regression equation, that's going to take you 30, 40 minutes. Okay. We don't want to put you through those type of rigors. I want you to be able to analyze results. That's it. Let me see. I have a better example than what's in the book here, so we're going to use that. We're going to go into a good case study. Again, we're going to be pushing buttons and analyzing results on a multiple linear regression. And again, simple linear regression takes a lot of math. Multiple linear regression, what do you think? More math or less math? More math. All right, so I'm going to take you into this study. And this is actually just using a data pack out of Excel, I believe, as opposed to Minitab. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this one was a data pack out of Excel. Which, by the way, if your personal computer and your company computer hasn't been upgraded with a data pack on Excel, that's just a choice. Your company computer may have blocked it because they don't want you to get add-ons. But if they investigate that particular add-on, it is an add-on directly from Microsoft, and you should be able to get them to approve it.
If you were...
What I want to talk about here is multiple regression. Multiple regression is trying to find a way to linearly explain the particular variable, in this case the amount charged, and this is the amount charged on credit cards, using more than one explanatory variable. So I want to explain credit card debt. What do I think explains credit card debt? Well, how about the size of the household? My particular idea being here that the larger the household, maybe the more they charge. And then income. Here the idea would be, if you have a lot of income, you probably run up some pretty good credit card debt. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, the way my data is organized turns out to make my life a little bit easier if I have my Y variable, and again, in this case, my Y variable here is the amount charged. I want my Y variable to be at one end of the data, meaning that I don't want this column amount charged to be between any of my X's. Just turns out to make life easier. Now, this data is also set up so that each row or observation is for a particular household. For instance, let's say this is the Smith household. Well, the Smith household here has an income of $54,000, a household size of 3, and credit card debt of $4,016. Ouch. Anyway, that's what they have. So, first thing I might want to do when I'm thinking about running this kind of regression to try to explain the amount charged on credit cards is to do a little bit the way of descriptive statistics. Yeah, I know. Stuff comes back to get you, doesn't it? Anyway, descriptive statistics. Oh, you probably want to take a quick peek at things like means and standard deviations. But more important really is to take a look at correlation coefficients between each of your X's and your Y. So let's take a look at the correlation coefficient between my amount charged, that's my Y, and each of my X's. Now, you probably don't need to watch me do this, so I'll put this on pause. Okay, what I've shown here is that my correlation coefficients are actually quite high, because remember, correlation coefficients have to be between -1 and 1. So these are both quite high, so there's a pretty good strong correlation. They're both also positive, which suggests that there's a positive relationship, meaning that for this case, that as income rises, debt's likely to rise. And as household size rises, income's likely to rise. Now, that's what I see by looking at this correlation coefficient. But talking about seeing, I probably ought to want to take a look at a scatter plot, because scatter plots for each X on the Y will, again, give us an idea if this relationship is there, if it's linear, what it looks like. So I want to go off and do some of those. And again, you know how to do that, so I'm not going to make you watch. All right, here are my scatter plots. Take a look at this one, debt and household size. Nicely linear, nicely upward sloping. Tells me what I thought I'd see in the first place, which is large households
with 6 to 8 members in the household probably have more credit card debt than small households who are down here. So that suggests that I'm upward sloping relationship, good tight relationship, I'm good. What about this debt and income? Actually, I have to admit, I expected this to be a little more upward sloping because it looks like I've got an outlier right there and everything else looks to be only mildly upward sloping, if anything. But I'll still go ahead and use this data. All right, so now I'm going to go run my regression itself. So let's go do that. All right, the way we do that is we go up to the data ribbon, which is already open, and go over to data analysis. Double click on regression, and up pops our box. Now, we start by putting in the input range for Y. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm going to go ahead and include the label as well, because Excel is very tidy about keeping the labels with things. Now, when it comes to finding the input range for the X's here, you need to keep them together and just go ahead and outline them like that. All right, now, what's this other stuff here? Well, labels. I included the labels, so make sure that's checked. Confidence level, 95% is what we use most of the time, certainly most of the time in business applications. Now, what about output range? Well, that's just telling it where you're going to ask it to put the output. L7 might be a little far out there. Let's try E7 and see if that works. By the way, if you're trying to put the output on top of the data, it will pop up with an error message and ask you if you really and truly want to do that. Because most of the time you don't want to put your output on top of your data because you might lose the data. All right, this is what the results look like. Now I'm going to scroll over a little bit so we can see most of this. And here's what we have. Now, when it comes to regression output, the first thing you want to know is what is the actual regression estimate. Well, the regression estimate can be read from the coefficients down here. Okay, it's going to be read from down there. I think I'll just go ahead and highlight that so we keep that in mind. Now, what is this? We are explaining debt. So debt is our Y variable. We're explaining this debt with an intercept term, 1304.905. That's this first intercept term down here. Plus, and I say plus because this next coefficient on income is a positive coefficient. That's this right here. That's a positive coefficient. So I am going to go pick up that coefficient, 33.13301 times income, plus now household size. Household size looks like it's 356.29. Now, that is our estimated regression equation. Now, I put this plus E on the outside, even though your book uses a little hat over the top of the Y. That little hat says it's the estimated Y variable. I don't really have that easily in Excel to type, so I'm just going to put that E on the end. Ends up meaning the same thing. Just means that this is an estimated regression. Now, what does this regression estimate tell us? Well, what it tells us is kind of neat stuff. What it says is it has estimated that if you have an income level, right here, if you have an income level go up by $1,000, that you could expect about $33 more in credit card debt. Because remember, income's in thousands. So if income goes up by 1, we expect credit card debt to go up by the coefficient of 33.1. For household size, we expect that for every additional person in the household, credit card debt looks like it'll go up about $356.29. Okay, that works for me. One more person, you buy more stuff. Specifically, $356.29 more stuff per person in the household for debt. So that's what this is. Now, this regression equation can be used for estimates. So if you have a household with a particular income level of, say, $50,000 and a household size of 2, yeah, I can actually get an estimate this way. Specifically, this would be my estimate for this household with an income of $50,000. There's my $50,000. Remember, income's in thousands, so I have to take off the 3 zeros. Income of $50,000 and a household size of 2. I can expect on average households that look like that will be carrying about $3,674 worth of debt. Now, if you're interested, there is a way to make Excel, and there is a way to actually create a confidence interval about this estimate. You can go ahead and read that in the book. Now, what else is interesting here is primarily two things. One is determining if this is a good fit. In other words, is this a good regression? A good regression is one that does a lot of explaining of the why. In other words, do these two variables together, income and household size, explain very much why? Well, the way you look at that is by looking at the adjusted R-squared. Now, the adjusted R-squared is important here because it's adjusted for the number of different X variables. So, multiple regression, look at adjusted R-squared. Single regression, you can go ahead and look at R-squared, but you really want the adjusted R-squared for the multiple regression. Now, is this good? Well, this particular regression right here has an adjusted R-squared of 0.818. That's about 82% of the Y variable or debt is explained by these two variables. That's really pretty good. So yes, I'd say this is a good fit. The next thing you want to take a look at is you want to take a look and see if the individual coefficients are statistically significant. By that I mean, could the coefficients be 0? Because if the coefficient down here on income or household size could be 0, that would imply that the coefficient being 0 means that either variable could be 0. Let me make that more clear. For instance, if you were up here and looking at household size, if this coefficient, this thing that's reported as 356.29, could actually be 0. So if there's a null hypothesis that the coefficient is 0, and if you accept that null hypothesis, it suggests that any household size would have no effect on debt. Because anything times 0 is 0, and if the coefficient could be 0, then the variable does not matter. So, could the coefficients be 0? If the coefficients could be 0, then the variable might not matter. Now, I say might because remember, this is a statistical test. It's not proof in the, God will come down from high and say this is the way it is kind of proof. It's simply that this evidence suggests that the variable might not matter. So how do we do these tests? Well, there are a couple of ways. The one your book likes is to take a look at these p-values. Okay, these p-values down here are showing us whether the null hypothesis that the coefficient could be 0 is tested. Now, these p-values are what? 7.68 times 10 to the minus 11th and 3.12 times 10 to the minus 14th. These are incredibly small p-values. That means that we have very, very strong evidence that we can reject.
Okay, if the P is low, what do you do with HO? HO being the null hypothesis. So if the P is low, what do you do with HO? Okay, if the P is low, HO must go. Jerry, you're absolutely on the flip side of this discussion. All right, so if the P is low, HO must go. And what does that mean? That means that the null hypothesis in this scenario would be that this could be 0, and that these what you're looking at doesn't have an impact towards the debt. And what we're seeing is with the R-squared value, we've already said, hey, this is a good fit. 81.8% of the model of the Y outcome can be explained by the two variables that you have under evaluation. The fact that the R-squared didn't reduce much at all from the R-squared adjusted means that both of these are valid considerations. But that really gets reinforced here. And so the P is low, HO must go. So low to what? Well, she said that we're testing at a 95% confidence. And so any p-value that presents itself that is less than 0.05, which by the way is our default testing for hypothesis tests, with just about everything that you're going to do, you can increase it to 99% confidence, and that would mean that your p-value would be 0.01. But even if I was testing at 99% confidence and I had a p-value of 0.01, these numbers are way lower than that particular value. And so yes, that's great. That's telling us that we're very much on the right track.
The null hypothesis. Remember, small p reject the null. Well, these p-values are tiny. So we're going to reject the null for both of these variables. That means that income matters and household size matters. Okay? Now, these kinds of tests are only done for one variable at a time, but they're pretty strong evidence that both income and household size matters. Now, you could also have done this test using the t statistic, because remember, this is the test statistic for t, and you compare that to the critical value of t, and the critical value for t is going to be something like around 1.96, a little bit larger depending on degrees of freedom, but take a look at these t statistics. They're huge. They're absolutely monster. So we are going to reject the null hypothesis.
Okay, and that 1.96 that she's talking about relates to my empirical model, excuse me, and your z-scores associated with your empirical model. Even if you was testing at 99%, your critical value that you would be comparing against would be 2.57. If you was comparing against at a 95% confidence, then you're looking for things that are larger than 1.96 or smaller than a negative 1.96 if you're doing two-tail, okay? And if that's not refreshed in your memory as to these z-scores, don't worry, we're getting to that here in a minute. But I like to show this video because the worst tool that you should be using is Excel native with the data pack. And I say that's the worst tool because this is taking you the most work in user interface. If you're using things like SPSS, or if you're using what are you using, Jerry? Stata? Is that the name of your software, Stata?
Yes, Stata.
Okay, Stata. Okay, and so if you're using a sufficient software package, you're not going to have all that interface that she was required to go through here. It's going to be a lot more obvious and apparent to you. We'll have a couple of examples later on with QI macros and some more with Minitab. So you'll see what some more sophisticated either like QI macros is just macros added to the Excel, but it's more sophisticated than the Microsoft data pack, and so so the nice thing is what you just observed there is a worst case scenario of what you would have to do even for multiple regression. And if you haven't been working with that for a while and you feel uncomfortable with it, don't sweat it. If you watch that video a couple of times, and even if you're dealing with the worst tool, Microsoft Excel with just their standard data pack, that's the worst tool you should be working with. Even with that, with a little bit of practice and a little bit of review, like the video that I just showed you, you should be able to get through it and understand what it is that you're interpreting. One reason why I like showing that video is it really, she really takes her time and helps you to understand what it is that you're interpreting on the outputs, and how do we get this regression equation, you know, based out of the coefficients, and what does it really mean, you know, as far as your ability to predict where an X driver is going to cause a particular outcome. And again, that's just a prediction. And so, you know, the thing about hypotheses and the thing about predictions and things like that, you know, all that we're doing is we're building a data model to where it's reasonable to predict, and we'll come up with some type of quantitative statement that tells us what that reasonable assurance level is. But could it be wrong? Absolutely, it could be wrong. And when you predict anything, no matter how much data evidence you have, yeah, it could be wrong. There's exceptions. And so it's never proof, but it's a lot better than just guessing or, you know, shooting from the hip, as we call it in the military. Who was my Army guy? Was that Raul? Raul, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, yeah. So you understand what I mean by shooting from the hip, right? What does shooting from the hip mean?
I've actually never heard of that term, shooting from the hip.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah, I've never heard of shooting from the hip. So
shooting from the hip means, let me see if you can see me. Shooting from the hip is where, you know, you're just drawing out like this. You're not taking any aim. You're just clearing your gun holster, and you're shooting right there from the hip.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay.
And maybe there's a time to shoot from the hip, you know, because that's absolutely necessary. But when we're doing performance improvement projects and we're trying to make, you know, appropriate decisions for the organization that can be long lasting and highly impactful, we don't want to shoot from the hip. We want to take aim. And yeah, Wild West style. And you know, hey, you know, there's some Wild West players, you know, they're pretty good with that stuff, you know, but you know, you have to really be an expert, you know, to be able to be accurate at that level. And so what we want is we want to take time and aim properly. All right. Hip fire is what is known as in the Army. All right. Thanks, Ro. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take a break because this is a good time to take a break before we step into discussing further into hypothesis tests and reviewing the videos that you watched and things of that nature, so we can move on. Before I put you on break, I'm opening the floor for questions. What questions do you have right now? Okay, well, we're doing good for time, so let's take a decent break. Let's come back in at 15 minutes after. Go ahead and get yourself a cup of coffee, and we'll be joining back at 15 after, and we'll get into some really good discussion about hypothesis tests. Okay, go ahead and give a TU if you can hear me. And Trinice, you're often the first one back, so I appreciate that. And you know, if we were live in person, you know, those are the type of things I reward with candy. But are you the one that's allergic to chocolate, Trinice? Okay, we're gonna have to figure out something else. You know, besides chocolate, what kind of candy do you like? Yeah, I know, Kristen. That's a terrible affliction. All right. All right. So okay, Skittles, yes. Absolutely. We could have done that experiment with Skittles. All right, let's go ahead and look at a couple of things that you were watching on the video last night. Okay, and again, whether you watched it last night or whether you watched it this morning, give me a TU or a TD if you was able to watch the videos. Good. Looks like most were able to watch it. And Leanne, you're still in private mode for conversation. All right, so here with the second video in the sequence, I don't know which one you watched first, but in the second video in sequence, it was running hypothesis tests with proportionalities. And as it was set up, one thing that I wanted to bring attention to is how we set up hypothesis tests. And this one was set up, the school board claims that at least 60% of the students bring a phone to school. A teacher believes this number is too high and randomly samples 25 students to test at a level of significance of 0.02. And so write HONHA. So somebody give me some feedback on this study. Do you think that it's a good study?
The sample size might be quite small. We would need to know what is the population for that particular school, because if you're talking, you know, a school with 10,000 kids, that 25 random sample might not be representative of the total population.
Absolutely, Jerry. And so, you know, again, the size of the sample group matters, but it also matters a lot, you know, determining what is an appropriate sample size and you know, is it going to give me a sufficient idea. The total nature of the situation really has to kind of feed into that. And so if we look at this total nature of the situation, besides the fact that I may be trying to, you know, make an inference towards a very large population, that's very much a point, Jerry. I need to know how large is this population that I'm trying to make the inference towards. And then we have to look at other things too, like, you know, this teacher believes the number is too high. This teacher randomly samples 25 students at a significance level of 0.02. So he's testing at a 98% confidence. He thinks, you know, hey, you know, instead of 95% confidence, I'll test at 98%, and that'll take care of it. Well, not really, because you know, for the nature of this study, that sample size is very much too low. And what are we really depending on in the study? What is the really dependent factor that's involved in this study? How is the teacher going to collect this data? How do you think?
He's going to ask now you get to the students.
He's going to ask, you know, supposedly random students. Do you think there's a potential that he could just ask students in his classroom or step right outside of the hall of his classroom? Where did he select these students? If we're going to make an inference towards the entire school, is there a chance that he's only selecting students from a certain grade level if he's staying within the vicinity of his classroom? You know, so where is he collecting this data? You know, I would like to know that. Another very important thing is, you know, we're talking about students here. What's the student's perception? What was the school policy previously? Is the school policy that you can't have a cell phone or that you can have a cell phone? How about the integrity of the data? You know, when we was talking about measure before, and we was talking about measurement system analysis, and we was talking about bias, you know, induced into the studies, and sometimes, you know, you can have bias unintentionally induced, but sometimes you can have bias intentionally induced, either by this teacher that wants to prove his point or her point, and then you have the students that may be fearful of telling the truth. What's the motivation of the school board? Are we fully disclosing to the students, hey, the school board now wants to encourage the use of cell phones to, so we can augment, your studies, and we can augment the way that we're teaching with the use of integrating your cell phones and doing scheduling, with your cell phone and giving you tutorials via your cell phone. And so, again, what's the motivation of the school board? How much is understood by the kids? Do they feel safe and secure in reporting the truth? Okay, do you think all these things matter in a study? Absolutely, absolutely. And understand this, what we're trying to do is we're not trying to just get our way on something, or we're not just trying to prove our point. We have to come down to, what is the intent? Why do I intend to study this? What's the school board's intent? What is the perception or the from students that I'm going to draw this information from? Do they feel like they're going to be in trouble? And all these things, have to come into play. This particular study, I think, is a garbage study. Now, we go ahead and play it out. And again, this is just kind of scenario based, and that's fine. But I wanted to pick on it some because I think that it's just, it's set up very terrible. All right, and but then okay, so that one was set up very bad, but then we'll look at this other one from the first video, and we'll look at this scenario. And in this scenario, if you recall, sorry, it is Trinice, it is chocolate bars that we were dealing with here. All right, but in this scenario, the team decided that they were going to go in on Monday and find out if the average of candy bars, were larger or were different, really, whether they were larger or smaller, if it was different from 5 grams. And what they came up with was 5.12 grams. Now, I would still be interested in knowing beyond the average, what's the spread of that data? What's the amount of variation that's in that, okay? And, do we have some that are at 4 ounces and some that are at 6 ounces, and it averages out to 5.12 grams? That's really kind of important information to know. What is the spread of this data? But just looking at this average, on Monday, 5.12, and so it's not going to raise an eyebrow. Nobody's going to, come off the golf course to resolve a problem having to do with 0.12 grams. May we need to do an alignment? Well, that can be argued out. But then they came in again on Wednesday and found it to be 5.72 grams. Now, if you did some statistical analysis to determine, and here we could do a t-test, to determine if this is statistically different from a control standard, and I think what we would find out is, yeah, this is there's a statistical difference there, okay, and then here we can come back in on Friday and found it at 7.23 grams. Well, that's huge, okay? That's a huge difference from the intended 5 grams, that it should be. And what do you see that's happening Monday, Wednesday, Friday? What do you see that's happening here? Increasing in average, right? Yes, absolutely. And it's dramatically increasing, right? And so you don't have to be a manufacturer of chocolate bars or what have you. It wouldn't take long to sit back and brainstorm with a team and try and figure out, well, what might be happening here? And so if we went to the Ishikawa fishbone diagram method, and not even doing a fancy cause mapping, just look at the fishbone diagram, and we would look at the machine, and we would look at the at the operators, but then we would hone down on the machine, and we would really think about, okay, well, what's going on here? Now, remember that category of maintenance is a subset of the machine, but I would eventually get to maintenance, and I would think calibration. My forward-leaning suspicion would be that the calibration is drifting off through the week. Now, what can be difficult sometimes when you're doing hypothesis test is to leave things alone, because, you know, if we have 7.23 grams going off the line, you know, we want a 3-alarm fire, and we want to fix this thing, and we want to fix it immediately before we make, you know, another 100,000 chocolate bars. What we need to try and do is maybe run the chocolate bars on another machine if possible, but allow everything to proceed as normal. Say if the calibration schedule wasn't that it was going to be until Saturday before it gets calibrated, and they calibrate the machine every Saturday. And so what we would want is not any kind of special calibration. Let's just do a normal calibration on that machine on Saturday as it's regularly scheduled, and then come back again on Monday and test and see if it's back to the 5.12 if we left everything alone. And that would reinforce, yes, okay, this machine, maybe we used to get away with calibrating it once a week. Now maybe we need a daily calibration until we can get the machine manufacturer to bring it back in to specification or tolerance levels to where it can actually extend out a longer period of time before it's calibrated. Does that make sense? What do you pick up out of that story that I'm telling you? What I'm telling you is it was very good that this team didn't just take one look on Monday and just fold up the table and walk away. Okay, they came back in, and then they came back in, and they figured out something that wouldn't have been ever figured out had they have not continued on this path of study. And it's true with a lot of hypothesis tests. We don't want to just run a test one time and claim victory or defeat based off of that one test. We call it a study for a particular reason. A test is kind of like a one and done thing. But what we want to do is we want to conduct a study, and we want to look at it from different angles, from different lenses. And maybe I even want to run different types of hypothesis tests, not just run one type of hypothesis test. Maybe, you know, if my hypothesis, if I feel, you know, very strong and convicted about my hypothesis, my alternative or my research hypothesis is accurate, but you know, the first finding isn't supporting it strongly, then maybe I need to go collect more data, or maybe I need to go back in and validate that data better, or with like that case study where, you know, it was set up very poorly. Maybe, you know, I need the team to analyze, are we intentionally or unintentionally inducing bias in this? Are any participants that we're interacting with this study, are they inducing bias either intentionally or unintentionally? And so all of those things, you know, really need to go into a hypothesis test. It's not just about gathering a bunch of numbers and then, you know, plugging it into a system. Hopefully you can appreciate what I'm talking about here. All right, so that's a couple of highlights that I wanted to give out of the videos, but I'll open the floor if you have other questions in particular about what you saw in the videos, or any questions in particular about hypothesis tests. We're going to get further into this discussion, but what are your forward-leaning questions about hypothesis tests?
I have more just of a comment.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I think I agree with what you're saying, that being able to, when it comes to gathering our data right, whether it be a survey or a sample or a test, that we think about all these things, right? Because I think sometimes subconsciously we might be a bit biased towards something, right? Especially
Oh, absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
it's a matter of, you know, being aware of that, and when it comes time to conducting these surveys and these
Yeah.
tests.
In fact, what's a very good practice, Jerry, is for your team to just go ahead and own that. Go ahead and own it, and then work to disprove it through the approach that you're going to take. Does that make sense? And so just go ahead and say, hey, we're probably going to be biased in our intended path of taking this. So how do we safeguard against that? And have that discussion with your team. You know, how do we set this up in a manner that is not going to induce bias and that we're insulated from that? And then, you know, maybe you even need to use somebody from outside of the team as a sounding board that knows enough about what you're doing, you know, that can help point some things out that may not be as obvious to you or to your team. And so, and you know, am I putting a lot of focus on this? Yeah, I am, because we're going to try and use data sciences to take an organization in one direction or another, and the consequences of that can be extreme. And so I just want to be very careful and proceeding with a maximum level of integrity. And typically this is what you have for a continuum. I use this quite frequently. We talk about, you have liars, you have lawyers, you have politicians, you have statisticians, about in that level of severity, okay? If you get really good with statistics, you can make the numbers tell just about any kind of story that you want them to. Have you seen that before, Kristen? Absolutely. Okay. And that's not our intent, by the way. It is absolutely not our intent, and it can't be your individual intent, and it can't be your team's intent. Your team, you know, has to have the intent of helping the organization to select the proper path. And it may be the path that you want to take it down, but it may be polar opposite. It may be 180 degrees out from what you wanted. Okay, well, what you wanted has to go to the back burner, and you know, and we need to have maximum level of integrity with these methods. All right, so having said that, the floor is still open if you've got any other questions. Thank you, Jerry. If you have any other questions regarding hypothesis test, again, we're not finished. We're just kind of getting started here. But one thing that you're going to run into when you start setting up for a hypothesis test is that great question. Well, what type of hypothesis test do I need to have? Well, that draws us to, you know, certain decision trees. You know, what type of data am I bringing in? Is it variable data? Is it attribute data? Is it non-parametric? In other words, is it coming from a population that is not approximately normal? That's when we're going to get into some of the non-parametric, and we'll look at a couple of these examples on videos. We're not going to look at every example that you could possibly do with non-parametric or with parametric, but we're going to look at some of the main players on the field. Okay, just to get an idea of these different types of hypothesis test. But I want to take you into this other overview video of a hypothesis test, and it tells a little bit of a different angle from the videos that were presented to you last night. And we'll start talking. It's still on kind of a high level discussion about hypothesis tests, but it's going to start talking about, you know, a one-tail test, two-tail test, you know, setting up the hypothesis test. But again, we'll keep it on the 50,000 foot view level, and then following this, we'll get into some of the slides and get more specific and demonstrate some specific hypothesis test tools.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video on basic concepts of hypothesis testing. Here we will discuss what a hypothesis is all about and the prerequisites to actually doing a hypothesis test. So what is hypothesis? It is actually a belief about some population parameter like mean, proportion, variance, etc. It is a part of inferential statistics. Let's understand it pictorially. We have a population and a belief that the mean age of this population would be around 45 years. We then pull out a random sample and find that the mean age is actually 18. Oh no, it's way too distant from what we had assumed. We have to reject our hypothesis. Remember, a hypothesis must be stated before analysis. Let's look at a few real-life examples of hypothesis here. Mean height of graduate students differ from 100 inches. Standard deviation of their height is less than 3 inches. Male and female students differ in weight. All three of these are hypotheses or assumptions about a population parameter. A hypothesis test examines two opposing hypotheses about a population: the null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis. Null hypothesis is a statement being tested. It is the initial claim. Alternative hypothesis is a statement that we might believe to be true or hope to prove true. A null hypothesis is denoted by h sub 0 and an alternative hypothesis is denoted by h sub 1. A null hypothesis always has an equality sign: equal to, less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. On the contrary, an alternative hypothesis can never have an equality sign. It could be not equal to, less than, or greater than. An important point to remember here is that how we set up these hypotheses depends on what we are trying to show. Let's look at an example to see the difference between h sub 0 and h sub 1. We need to determine if a population mean mu is equal to some target value mu 0. Here, null hypothesis, that is h sub 0, is mu is equal to mu 0. Alternative hypothesis, h sub 1, could be mu less than mu 0, mu greater than mu 0, or mu is not equal to mu 0. Let's delve a little more into null and alternative hypothesis. Given any scenario, how do we identify h sub 0 and h sub 1? This is of utmost importance as this forms the basis of our testings. What we need to do here is state the original claim symbolically, state the opposite of the original claim symbolically. We know that a null hypothesis always has an equal sign. Hence, the claim with the equal sign will be the null hypothesis. This is absolutely true in academics when we go by the books. However, when we do process improvement projects, we can decide h sub 0 and h sub 1 on our own. Remember, we always test the null hypothesis. There is h sub 0. Now, let's look at the reject and fail to reject a null hypothesis concept. h sub 0 and h sub 1 actually work in conjunction. If we reject h0, we automatically accept h1. And if we fail to reject h0, we fail to accept h1. Super important to know here is that if we want to prove a statement true, we must state it as h1 or the alternative hypothesis. You would be surprised to know now that hypothesis tests are never 100% certain. There is always a chance of error. There are two possible types of errors, commonly known as type 1 error and type 2 error. Let's look at some important details now. We have two dimensions: reality, where null hypothesis is true and alternative hypothesis is true, and decision dimension, where we reject null hypothesis and we do not reject null hypothesis. Rejecting the null hypothesis when it is true is type 1 error, denoted by alpha, and fail to reject the null hypothesis when it is false is type 2 error, denoted by beta. Reject null hypothesis when alternative hypothesis is true, and do not reject null hypothesis when null hypothesis is true are the other two situations. Type 1 error typically takes values of 0.05 or 0.01 across industries. Type 2 error value is typically 0.20. Alpha is also known as the level of significance. An alpha value of 0.05 means that we are willing to accept a 5% chance that we are wrong when we reject the null hypothesis. We can use a lower alpha value to lower this risk. However, we will be less likely to detect a true difference if one exists at all. Beta is the power of the test. A test with enough power can decrease the risk of committing a type 2 error. We can do this by ensuring a large enough sample size. Another thing to remember before we conclude this discussion is that type 1 error is also known as producer's risk and type 2 error is known as consumer's risk. Remember, we cannot reduce both the errors simultaneously. Let's look at another important concept now.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, I had my microphone off. So my question was, why would we call a type 1 error a producer's risk and a type 2 error a consumer's risk? Kim, you want to take a guess? Yes, Juan, the question was, why would we call a type 1 error a producer's risk and a type 2 error a consumer's risk? That's fine, Kim. And so let's look at it this way. Say if you was an inspector and you're rejecting the null when it's true, okay? What that means is whatever you're looking at is actually good, but you're saying that it's bad and you're going to reject it. You're going to send it to rework. You're going to send it to scrap. You're going to make somebody do it again. Well, that's a producer's risk because it's going to cost you more money for no reason. When we use the justice system example for this, what we're talking about is sending an innocent person to jail, okay? And in the type 2, the consumer's risk, well, that's where we're going to take an item that is actually bad and we're going to pass it off as if it is good. And so we're going to pass that to the consumer, to our customer. And again, in the criminal justice system example, the risk is towards the consumer. If you have a guilty person, especially guilty of a major crime like murder, and you put that guilty person back out on the street, okay, that's a risk to the general public. And oh, by the way, the society is the customer of the justice system. Some people think that it's just the defendant that is the customer of the justice system, but it's all of society really that is the customer of the justice system. Okay, understood? Me to you if you like it. We can
Robert, could you say again how the producer, I kind of got lost in that, the producer's risk, could you talk about that again?
Absolutely. So if you're inspecting something, you're doing a quality check on, and it doesn't matter if it's a form or a document or, you know, it's something, a package that needs to be approved or disapproved. You're saying you're saying that it's actually bad when it's good. Okay. And so you're causing it to go back in for rework or scrap or what have you. That's a producer's risk because it's costing the business money that wasn't necessary. Does that make sense? It's not going to get passed on to the consumer, okay, but it's costing the business money. So they call that the producer's risk. Make
Got it.
sense?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. I have another image to kind of help that stick into your mind forevermore. I think it should help you stick into your mind forevermore. We'll look at
The
that.
decision rules. These are rules for rejecting the null hypothesis. There are two types of decision rules. First, with reference to the p-value, which is a probability that measures the evidence against a null hypothesis. Its value obviously ranges from 0 to 1. Good to know at this point that lower probabilities will provide stronger evidence against the null hypothesis. If p-value is less than or equal to alpha, we reject the null. If p-value is greater than alpha, we fail to reject the null. Second category of the decision rule is with reference to a region of acceptance. This region is actually a range of values under the normal curve. If the test statistic falls in this region, H0 is not rejected. If the test statistic falls outside this region, that is the region of rejection, then H0 is rejected.
Okay, and for example, you're going to see this being used with t-test, where we're evaluating by the p-value, and then what he's talking about here, a region under the curve, that would be a z-test. We're going to look at the difference between a t-test and a z-test as we move on.
Look at a normal curve below to get a visual understanding. This is the normal curve, and here we have the acceptance region. The region of rejection is on the two tails. Since we're talking about tails, let's quickly look at what are one-tailed and two-tailed hypothesis tests. In a one-tailed test, region of rejection is on one side of the sampling distribution, whereas on a two-tailed test, it is on both sides of the distribution. Here are the examples for both. Referring to the examples above, for a one-tailed test, region of rejection would be under right tail, whereas for a two-tailed test, it will be on both the tails. Here is a visual representation of the same. So now we are equipped with the prerequisites to hypothesis testing. Let's quickly look at the steps involved in doing an hypothesis test. Broadly, there are 6 steps. First one is specify the hypothesis, both null and alternative hypothesis. Then we need to determine the power and sample size for the test. So what is this power now? Well, the probability of not committing a type 2 error is called the power of a hypothesis test. The third step is to choose a significance level or the alpha level. Then we collect the data. Then we compare the p-value from the test to the significance level. And finally, we need to decide whether to reject or fail to reject the null hypothesis. So these were the broad steps involved in hypothesis testing. However, you should know that there are different types of hypothesis tests we do. And in our future videos, you will get to see how we apply these steps on those different types of hypothesis tests.
I like the fact that he actually uses proper convention of saying reject or fail to reject the null hypothesis. Some of your video authors, and even Jay Arthur, the founder of QI Macros, he talks about accept the null hypothesis or, reject it. And he says accept a lot. Earlier in this video, he talked about accepting an alternative hypothesis. We like to keep the convention of reject the null hypothesis or fail to reject the null hypothesis because it shouldn't be personal. It's about the math sciences. It's about what is the data telling us, okay? When we start talking in language of accept, I accept this or I accept that, okay, then that suddenly becomes personal. whether you're trying to make it personal on your level or personal on the organization's level, that's shifting the onus of responsibility away from the data sciences to what it is that you're accepting. Remember, no matter how strong the evidence is, there's always the chance for error and the wrong decisions to be driven off of these methods. But we want to keep that onus of responsibility for that error rate on the discipline, on the tool.
Thank you so much for your time today to watch this video. I would request you to please take a moment to think. Hypothesis testing is one of the most important topics in statistics and has great applicability in business decision making. If there is anything that you want to know more about, anything that is coming to your mind, please note it down immediately. You can either post your query or feedback in the comment section or get in touch with me on LinkedIn. Please subscribe to stay updated on future videos to connect the dots. And
all right, and I wanted to, you can take a screenshot or take a snapshot. If you like the way this guy presents videos, I'm going to have a couple of other videos. He is on LinkedIn and he does have a video library. And what's interesting is if you give him enough detail and enough information of what you want, and not just for yourself, but for your organization, he'll make a video tailored to what your needs are. And very nice guy from India. So, you know, take a snapshot of that and look him up. All right. And I'll probably in a future video, I'll have the opportunity to share his YouTube channel link. And so you can see his archive of videos. Okay, trying to get the navigation bars out of the way so I can control this. All right, so here we got to go back into type test. Okay, here's the image that I think is going to help you. Keep this type 1 and type 2 error correct. Now, unless we're talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger and whatever that movie was, I think Mr. Mom or something like that. I don't remember the name of the movie, but a movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger was supposedly pregnant. Okay, you know, we're not going to believe that to be true. So if this doctor is telling this dude that he's pregnant, we're going to immediately recognize that as a type 1 error or a false positive. Okay, and in this type 2 error, you know, this false negative is, you know, I don't know 100%, but my wife has had 6 babies, and I'm pretty good at determining by the point that we get to this shape, that's probably a baby. And so, you know, this false negative, all right, would be the type 2 error. So hopefully, you know, this image helps keep this straight, because I got to be honest with you, as you're doing a hypothesis test, you know, a lot of this double negative language and stuff, you know, it can get confusing. And so, you know, just think back to this imagery, and I think that should help you keep it straight. All right, and so we covered this, covered that, we covered the producer and the consumer risk. We use this alpha value of 0.05 again as a default. You can increase it to 0.01 for your alpha value. Well, what is it talking about your alpha value? Your alpha value and your p-value, that's synonymous in terms, okay? And so you say my p-value of 0.05, that's the same thing as saying an alpha value of 0.05. The beta value of 0.2 means that at a default of 0.2, that power of the test would be 1 minus the beta value. So the power of this test would be a default of 80% or 0.80. Okay. Now, as you move from 0.05, this is a zero-sum game. So, you know, if you increase this to 99% confidence, and so you change this alpha value to 0.01, yeah, you're disrupting this harmony, and so you're going to incur, you know, additional risk no matter which way you go. Now, you could test at a 0.10, but that's pretty much junk. That's, you know, like saying you're accepting a 10% probability. By and large, your statistical software is going to be defaulted at 0.05. And if you want to run a test at a higher confidence, that's fine, but you should have a reason for it, because there is an interplay. Now, where he was talking about, hey, if you want more insulation against a type 1, type 2 error, go get more data, use more data sets, and how could that possibly help out? How can just having more data help prevent type 1 and type 2 errors? Like, say if I was running a t-test here and I was trying to see if there was a difference of statistical relevance of the mean of one group of data versus the other group of data. If it was one sample and I was comparing against a standard or a goal or an expectation, then it would be this sample, you know, that I was evaluating. Or this could be a paired t-test, or before and after evaluation of the same sample group elements, or it could be a independent t-test where I've got group A versus group B. It doesn't matter, you know, what type of t-test I'm running. The fact of the matter is, the lower my sample group, the greater my susceptibility of having a wider variance. And the wider variance, larger variance, means that my standard deviation estimator is going to be wider. And we saw that in the formula. Remember the n-1 when I'm dealing with samples? And so what happens with that n-1 as you get more samples, and what happens really is you get more representation of the population. And what tends to happen, and again, it's not going to be 100%, but what tends to happen is you're going to get more and more narrow, okay, as opposed to more variation. If the first grouping was truly representative of the spectrum of your performance, okay, but as this gets more narrow, you have less overlap, and your susceptibility to the error is actually in this overlap zone. Now, if it's really a significant, a really big difference between group 1 and group 2, or the before and the after, you could get to where you don't really have any overlap, or not any overlap that's visually detectable, okay? And there's always going to be some overlap because these tails go on towards infinity, but it would be statistically irrelevant levels of overlap. And so you don't have to worry as much about the type 1 and type 2 errors. The greater the true distance or difference is. And we'll get to see that here as we get into some of the exercises. And Trinice says the larger the sample size, the more likely the sample data is closer to the actual population is. Absolutely. And so, some people say, okay, well, why don't you just always get, like really big sample groups? Well, for one, it's not economically feasible. And for two, putting that burden on can actually reduce the integrity of your data because it's easier to curate and investigate and validate the integrity of smaller data sets than larger data sets. And so there's some trade-offs. There's always this is all about trade-offs. And if you're trying to insulate from one susceptibility, you introduce another susceptibility. And so what we got to find is, where is that sweet spot? Now, we can use sample size calculators. There is this concept about the magic number of 30, and you can Google that. if we're talking about truly continuous data evaluation and it truly is normalized, we talk about that magic number of 30. Most of the data phenomena is going to be explained with continuous normalized data, you know, by the time that you get to 30 data elements. But if you're getting too much overlap, then you need to go to your sample size calculator and actually figure out, you know, what would be the appropriate size. And on that discussion point, there's manual math that's associated with this, and it's not nightmarish. You know, you got your N meaning the minimum sample size, and then your S being the estimated sample standard deviation. But maybe I don't have enough information to estimate that sample standard deviation. And then the delta here is the desired precision. So you want it to be within plus or minus, you know, X amount of value. And then your 1.96, that's your constant for 95% confidence. And what is that? That's a Z-score. A Z-score of negative 1.96 to positive 1.96 is 95% of your data under the curve. All right. And so with this, you know, this little formula, you could calculate for your sample size. But what I like to get people to do is just go online and get a sample size calculator. Okay. And it's going to ask you, you know, how big your population of data is. If it's unknown or you can't even give a good estimate, it's going to default to think that your data is like 100,000. All right. So if you don't change that, it's going to default and enter in 100,000. But this is a good sample size calculator. I will grab the link for you here so you can put it off to the side and save it and play with it with different numbers. But it's real simple. You just a margin of error that you're looking for, your 95% confidence, and typically it's going to be 90, 95, 99. I don't use 90. 90 is junk to me. All right. But then, you know, how big is your population? Again, you tell it. And then population variance. If you don't know the population variance and you have enough data that you can test, you know, go ahead and get an idea what that population variance is, because that's definitely going to impact the sample size. But this is, you know, calculating out at just 154 samples. Okay. And so, you know, I say just, but it has to do with these specific parameters that are established. And there's another video that we have for sample size. Hold on. Maybe I put it over here in Z-scores. Okay. I may have to come back to the, in fact, it should be in the slides here. Hold on just a second. See if I can get to that other video on sample size while we're on the topic. But it is break time. So that's good because I accidentally closed out your study guide and I got to open that back up. So let's take another 15 minutes. I'll open the floor for questions when we come back, or you can go ahead and type your questions and we'll review them when we come back. So come back at 20 minutes after. To you? All right, good deal. Okay, as you're returning, the floor is open. As I was discussing, you can type a question or you can verbalize a question. Sometimes verbalizing is good because I'm going to respond to it quicker. But if you want to type a question, that's fine too. And I feel like I'm starting to drag you through a little bit, so I think we gotta schedule in some fun. And so I have a video queued to bring a little fun into our analysis. And let me know if you're familiar with the Money Hall game show. Have you seen the Money Hall game show before, where people in the crowd dress up as a variety of different characters, and they get selected to play a game? And one of the most popular games is the 3-curtain game. And so, there's 3 curtains that are presented, or 3 doors that are presented, and the person that is a member from the audience, they have to select one of the doors that they hope the prize is behind. And so that's the game show that we're emulating here, and we're going to disclose through some rationale where we have the greatest probabilities of winning. And so I want you to play along with this game. You're going to have 10 seconds to make a decision when he cues you to make a decision. And I want you to put in your responses. I'll pause the video around that time zone. And so right now you should be putting on your thinking hats and thinking from the perspective of probabilities, from a data analysis perspective, not just what your heart tells you to do, but what would math tell you to do. That's the challenge.
Welcome to the Monty Hall problem with me, Ron Clark. Imagine you are on a game show. The game show host shows you 3 doors. Behind one of the doors is the star prize, a car. Behind the other 2 doors are booby prizes, 2 goats. You have no way of knowing which door conceals which item, and whichever door you pick, you'll receive the prize behind it. You are asked to pick a door. But before it is opened, the game show host opens one of the other 2 doors. Now the host knows where the car is, and he always opens a door to reveal a goat. You are then asked whether you'd like to swap your chosen door for the one remaining closed door. The question is, should you swap? Should you stick with your original choice? Or does it make no difference what you do? Which would give you the greatest chance of winning the car?
I hear you, Jerry. They're cute goats, actually. All right. And so now, from a data analysis perspective, what I want you to do is I want you to figure out, should you swap, should you stay, or it makes no difference. And so you can spell out swap or stay, or just put ND for no difference. And I want that to be a math-based decision. Okay. Now, you only have 10 seconds. You've already had 10 seconds. So go ahead and keep typing in your responses. I want to make sure we get most of them in. No difference, no difference, no difference. And let's see, you still have the same 66% of no chance, and no difference, stay. All right. Anybody else? Swap, stay, or makes no difference. I think there's a couple of people that are holding out on us here. Swap, stay, or makes no difference. Okay, is anybody going to swap? All right.
I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. So, what do you think? Now, most people will say that it makes no difference whether you swap or not. Behind one closed door is a goat, and behind the other closed door is the car. Therefore, the chances of choosing the car are 50-50, so it makes no difference whether you swap or not. Now, this sounds perfectly sensible. However, it's not correct. The Monty Hall problem is a puzzle about probability. The problem is simple to understand, but the answer is counterintuitive. So what should you do? The answer is you should always swap, as this gives twice the chance of winning the car.
Okay, and this is why, you know, you should stay away from Vegas. I think everybody on here should stay away from Vegas. Maybe you went to Vegas one time and you was lucky, okay, but I'm telling you right now, stay away from Vegas.
Why? Well, there are many different ways to explain why, but perhaps the easiest is to examine what your chances of winning the car are for the two strategies, swapping and not swapping. Let's start by looking at what happens if you choose not to swap. At the start of the game, you are asked to pick a door. Since there are 3 doors and only one hides the car, the probability of you picking the car is 1 in 3, or about 33%. And since there are 2 goats, the probability of you picking a goat is 2 in 3, or about 66%. Now, if you don't swap your door, it doesn't matter which other goat's door the host opens, because you are sticking with your first choice. And the chance that you've already picked the car is 33%. And the chance that you've already picked a goat is 66%. So by not swapping, you have a 33% chance of winning the car and a 66% chance of winning a goat. Now, let's look at the consequences of swapping. Let's consider what happens if, by luck, you pick the car first time, a 33% chance. It's obvious that if you pick the car on your first go and then swap, you are going to end up with a goat. So if you swap, you're going to win a goat at least 33% of the time. What about if you pick a goat first time? Well, here is the crux of the problem. This time, there is only one goat the host can reveal. The host opens the only other goat door, and then you swap to the remaining closed door, the car. In fact, every time you pick a goat door first time and then swap, you will win the car. And the chances of you picking a goat first time are 66%. So by swapping, you have a 33% chance of winning a goat by picking the car first time, and a 66% chance of winning the car by picking a goat first time. So, you should always swap to the remaining door. Why? Because if you do, you'll have a 66% chance of winning the car, and only a 33% chance if you don't. And that is double the chance. I hope this explanation makes sense, and that you can see the truth behind the Monty Hall problem. The only remaining question is, do you actually want to win a car? Or would you rather win a goat?
Jerry, he knew you was going to be watching this. All right, and so here's the thing. If the show host had not have biased the outcome, then you would have been correct. ND. Okay, it wouldn't matter. You would have a 50-50 chance if there was only 2 doors and one had a goat and one had a car. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, this game show host biased the outcome by opening that GOAT door, which transferred that 33% probability to your favor if you swap, okay? And so what is the real story here? The real story is probability analysis can get confusing. Oh, you got a new version of that. I would like to see that new version. Well, I'll watch that off to the side later. Let me see this. I kind of like this version, but yeah, I definitely want to see that one though. So. Okay.
Homeowners, listen to this. I think.
Sorry, I'm just saving that for myself for later.
Homeowners, listen to this.
Okay. I don't agree with his reasoning, and you're not the only one that feels that way, Lanny. This is why I'm explaining, you know, because what we learn is that the doors don't have memory, okay? What we learn is, okay, well, the doors don't have memory, but why I'm telling you, when the game show host opened the only other GOAT door that was possible, he induced that that bias into what was going on here, and he changed the nature of the probabilities. And if it doesn't make full sense yet, then play the game. You know, play the game in real time. Get a friend, get you know, somebody else, and then, you know, do this multiple times, and you be the game show host. Okay, and you can do this as a study and do repeated trials and see, you know, if you can trick them out. Okay, and yes, if the game show host wasn't up here, the outcome that he expressed would not be true. But because the game show host is up here and he contaminated the outcome, then that's the way that it goes. Hopefully that makes sense to you, Erica. Are you starting to come along here?
Not really. I mean,
That's fine.
It does make sense what he's saying, like some sort of way, but the way we think it, we don't know what's behind those doors, and he already showed a GOAT. So we know that one door left is the GOAT, the other one is the car.
Yeah, and I get it. I get what you're saying. But the chances that you had, you know, initially, obviously, were 33%, 1 in 3. When he opens a GOAT door, because he knew where the GOAT was, and he opened a GOAT door, that's what changed the nature of the whole thing. And so, like I say, if you're not following along yet, then stay out of Vegas. Okay. And somebody says I never go to go. I'll tell you, you know, if you want to know where the smartest data scientists are probably in the world, it's in the gaming industry. Okay, and this is definitely a gaming industry thing. And so what do I want you to pick up out of this besides just a funny little story? It's beyond a funny little story. It's when it comes to probability analysis, we need to kind of slow the roll and not just do the math, but also think about everything that's impacting that environment and that world around us. Now, when it comes to just doing the math is real simple. Look, like with a binomial distribution, and you're trying to figure out calculations, you know, we have the formulas here for you, but realistically, if you're using formulas, it's kind of pedestrian. Just go to one of these nice online calculators and tell it what the probability of success is. Like if you was flipping a coin, that's a 0.5 probability of success, because you should have an equal opportunity of flipping the coin heads or flipping the coin tails. And then number of trials, if you did it 2 times, number of successes that you was curious if it would be at least one success that it lands on either heads or tails, then you would put in a 1 here. Now, if you were going to do 200 trials and you wanted to know what the number, of success that it would just be heads one time, that probability is going to be very, very small. Okay. Now here with a 50-50 chance and just 2 trials, and you're looking for 1 success, obviously that's going to be a 50% probability that you're going to be successful with 1 trial. That it's going to be less than 1, it's only a 25% chance. So in other words, that you flip, if you're looking for heads and that you flip it twice and you flip it tails 2 times, and it's going to be a 25% chance. And what's the probability that it's going to be greater? It's just going to accumulate those probabilities to 75%. All this will always add up to 1 though. But if you want to do binomial probability, then just grab a calculator from online and do it, or use it with software that you have embedded into your systems. If you want to get back into refresher of discrete probabilities, these are 3 great videos for you. I'm not going to watch them during the class because it's going to make some people want to gouge their eyes out, and some people will be thoroughly into it, and that's been my experience in the past. So I leave this discrete probability refresher to your discretion to come back and look at that. But then that's going to tell you, all about, executing the math and why the math is what it is. Okay, and then the same thing for the Poisson distribution. Now the Poisson distribution, the math that's associated with it, it gets really geeky and a little involved. But again, we have this really great, access to online calculators that I already have hyperlinked in here. And a Poisson distribution means that, when I'm going to use Poisson is when I have an expectation of very little chance for success. And I know it's going to sound weird, but I'm looking at accident as being a success here in this scenario. And so what's the probability that I'm going to have an accident at a particular intersection? In a week, I'm only going to have 1 accident, where the average success rate, it's average of 5 vehicle accidents. Well, then it's going to tell me, I got about a 3% chance that it's just going to be 1. Well, what's the probability that it's going to be less than 1? Well, the only thing less than 1 is 0, and there's a 0.6% chance that I'm not going to have any accident at all, given this average of 5 per week. And again, you can go through here and discover all this. Now, I'm going to tell you this video. If you haven't done Poisson distribution before, or if it's been a very long time, great video to go through. It may hurt your head a little bit at first, and so just back it up until you get comfortable with it. But again, this is my experience. This is not one of the videos that we showed during the class. I refer you back to these. Why? Because sometimes you have to work your way into understanding, just like that video that I just showed. You have to come to terms with it yourself sometimes, and that's fine, and that's a individual path that you need to be on based off of your experiences. All right, but what we're going to get into now is, let's see, Sergio drinks, does not gamble. Oh, okay, Sergio drinks. That's not, it's funny. My wife and I went on to a casino riverboat cruise. Neither one of us gamble, and but I did it while I was still in the Navy, and a bunch of Navy people, were going on to this casino cruise. So we basically booked out the whole riverboat, and like I say, neither my wife nor I gamble. But I said, okay, well, we're on here for 4 hours. I'm going to get a roll of nickels. and I go to the cashier window and I ask for 2 rolls of nickels, and my wife is arguing with me that we should only have 1 roll of nickels and split it. Okay, that's how much of a non-gambler, you know, we are. But you know, I got my way. I got my own pack of nickels and gave her a pack of nickels. All right, but yeah, I'm not much into gambling myself. Okay, because I know that it's all rigged against us. All right. Not even at the Vegas airport. Yeah, but one thing that I do like about the Vegas airport is, you know, I happen to smoke, and I like the fact that I can go in there and smoke a cigarette where the crap machines are, or slot machines are. Yeah. All right. So we have this normal distribution that we need to get into this model, and we talk about, you know, 100% of the data falls under the curve. But again, that's the caveat to that is we have the expectation that these tails never touch the horizontal plane. They go towards infinity in the positive and negative direction unless there's a physical barrier, like you can't be less than 0 seconds. Okay, but you can very much be more than 0 seconds. All right, and so so here we have the opportunity to, you know, really start discussing, you know, when we've been talking about this empirical model, we've just been kind of lightly talking about z-scores and the empirical model and what I expect to have, the percentage of data that I expect to have between different areas of the curve. And really, this is what's driving all of my normal inferential statistics, and so, you know, it's getting back into the swing of understanding and making simple calculations for the z-score. You know, this becomes a very important part of getting back into the swing of, you know, how are we doing these hypothesis tests when we say that we have a critical value, and we're going to make a determination based off of where a data element is positioned, whether it's in this position or whether it's over here in a reject region. So is it in an acceptance region? Is it in a reject region? How do we get that? How do we calculate it? How do we know what our z-score is? What does that z-score mean? What does 2.17 mean? We have some really good videos to kind of put us back into that frame of mind. We're going to look at some really simple word problems while we go through this. And if you want to get more elaborate in these investigations, I'm going to provide you a link to do that independently.
Robert.
Yes, go ahead.
I know I ask you about the exam all the time. Sorry, I'm just trying to prep it's been a while since I've had statistics. Are these the kind of examples like what you just showed us on page 329, the normal distribution? Are those some of the examples of what you foresee being on the exam, you know, with the calculations you have here?
Let me help you out with something.
Okay.
I wrote the exam and I wrote this study guide, and they are completely aligned. You have an open book test. I am providing stress to everything that you need to be successful for the exam.
Okay.
You may need to know what a z-score of a negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96, what percentage of the data falls under that area of the curve, okay? And that's 95% of the data. We're going to stress that over and over again. Why? Because it's a point of very significant interest in hypothesis testing. Does that make sense? Because we default test at 95%. And so I want you to thoroughly know and understand that the area of the curve that we're talking about is negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96. So that's going to be beat into your head so much by the time that we get through with this that you're not going to be able to miss that. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm here to help you out. It's a good question, though. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
In this slideshow, I'm going to talk.
All right, and so again, this is a very crawl before you walk before you run. You know, this is very pedestrian look, but it's very helpful, I think. You know, sometimes just to go back to the very, very basics, and don't worry, we're going to build off of this. And if you don't feel sufficiently challenged by the time I get through a couple of videos, I will give you a challenge by a video link, and you can go through that independently. Here, I'll tip the hat a little bit. Here, we're going to calculate for z-scores with a known standard deviation and population mean. But what we can do is we can use z-scores, and if I know two valid points under that curve, if I know two data elements, even if I don't own the data that those data elements came out of, I don't know the standard deviation, I don't know the mean, we can reverse engineer with two known data points and calculate what the standard deviation is and what the mean is for data that you don't even own. And so that becomes very powerful. But there's, you know, some algebra associated with that. And so I'll send that link out to where you can follow along with that, because the real world presents that to you sometimes, especially like when you're benchmarking off of somebody and you know two specific data points for them, but you don't own their data, and you got to try and figure things out if you want to benchmark and have the same amount of variance or the same potential for success.
Some more about z-scores and our homework problems. The first problem we had is, what is the z-score if our standard deviation was 2, we had a mean of 49, and our specific observation is 47. However, z-score is equal to the observation minus the mean divided by the standard deviation. Our observation is 47. Our mean is 49. And our standard deviation was 2, which yields a value of -2 divided by 2, which is -1. This means 47 is one standard deviation away from our mean of 49. What is the probability an observation is more than 49? Pretty straightforward, 50%. 49 is right in the middle. What is the probability an observation is more than 47 and less than 49?
Okay, somebody said that they can't hear, and so I'm going to go ahead and provide the link. And yeah, we're amped up as much as we can go. So if you can't hear, go ahead and watch that independently. It's pretty short, and I don't really need to stop it. It's very straightforward. So I'll give you a few minutes. Just give me a TU when you're through watching it. Thank you for the TU. As other people finish watching that one, go and give me a TU.
Mr. Robert.
Yes.
Hi, our team, we were asking some questions regarding some of these numbers, and maybe you can also explain it to the entire group, because I think maybe we might have the same questions. But in the video, they do refer to these numbers that they're getting based on the Z-score. So those are based on
that is the next thing that we're watching.
Okay, great.
That's a great question. You guys are just like right on track with where you need to be. All right, good question. All right, and so here, this is a link that I'm going to provide to you that you can set off to the side for right now, and you can come back in here later and observe it, okay? So just save it for yourself. I don't have this link in your study guide, but this is taking, like I told you, 2 data elements, 2 known facts, okay? And so there's some type of publication out there. Maybe it's the American Medical Journal or whatever, and they say 5% of babies can walk by 10 months. And then it says, and 75% of babies can walk by 13 months, okay? And you believe that this is reputable information. So, 5%, by 10 months and 13% by, 75% by 13 months. And so that's 2 known data points. And so now you can figure out anywhere along this curve, that's enough information to where you can calculate for the standard deviation, you can calculate for the mean, and then you can figure out, well, what's the likelihood that a baby is going to walk by 3 months? What's the likelihood that a baby won't be able to walk until 20 months? What's the likelihood that it's going to be 7.9 months, okay? What's the likelihood that it's going to be 8.53 months, all right? We can get very exacting on this, do we have a reason to know that? Well, if you're in an industry that has a concern about, the age at which, babies are going to walk, okay, then that's good information to know. And again, you may not own the data, but if you have the data from a reputable source, now you can start reverse engineering that. And that's what this video is going to take you into, the math that's going to be associated with, solving for that. And you don't have really a, typically what I've seen, you're not going to have that software capability in one of your statistical analysis packages. You'll just have to reverse engineer that for yourself. And then once you get that standard deviation and you get that mean, you can figure out any area under the curve. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to go into that very good question. And this is going to take us up to lunch break. We're going to discuss the normalized table from the perspective of Z-scores. Hold on just a second. No, that's not it. That's not it. No, I had the right one. Okay. All right. So hopefully you can hear this one.
To help you understand normalized tables, and I have a series of videos on this. I'm going to show you how I get some numbers from the normalized table.
Are you able to hear that better? Okay, good. And that's good, because there's a couple of points on this video that I want to stop and have a little bit of a discussion. Now, this is a Z table, but every Z table should have in the legend what area under the curve it's talking about. And in this situation, like say if it were this Z table, it would be talking about the shaded region. So it's everything from this point of interest to everything that's shaded is what this Z table is going to refer to. Now there'll be another table that's the complement to this table that will show this area on this tail here shaded and everything else is not shaded. And then that Z table is going to pertain to that shaded area. And so one thing that's important when we start looking at z-tables is knowing that you're looking at the right z-table for the direction under the curve that you're looking at, okay? And so are we talking about from a point of interest and heading towards infinity in a positive direction? Or are we talking about a point of interest and heading towards infinity in a negative direction? Typically, those are the two categories that we're going to look at. Now, you can have z-tables that actually show you a region in the middle, okay? And so, again, it's important to know what is in your legend of the z-table that you're referencing to make sure that you have the right numbers. Now, this is if you were manually looking up a z-table. With today's software, we don't typically manually look up z-tables. The software is going to calculate that for you and just give you the z-score. But then we come into this situation where we've been pushing buttons for so long that we forget what's happening behind the curtain. So I'd love to show these videos just so we can get back into that fundamental understanding. And so as the software is telling us certain things about z-scores and making determinations, then we have a foundation of understanding. All right, and actually, this video takes 5 minutes, but there's points in here that I need to pause. That's going to take it up to about 10 minutes. Do you want to do lunch now, or do you want to push on a little bit first and then do lunch? What do you want? Push on? Push on. Okay. So we're going to push. All right.
Normalized tables.
I hear you, Sergio. 50-50. All right.
And I have a series of videos on this. I'm going to show you how I get some numbers from the normalized table. I'm going to show you how it relates to the bell curve as well. In the back of every statistics book, there's a table like this. And along one column, you'll see z-scores. A common value, and you'll see it often in statistics, is 1.645. And you'll notice there's not a 1.645, and you're right in the middle, right between these two values right here. So I take 0.9495, which is the first value, and I add that to 0.9505 to get 1.900. I divide this by 2. I'm taking the average of it, and this equals 0.950 or 95%. Another common value is 1.96. And you'll see there is a 1.96, which is 0.9750. Now I'm going to take these values and relate them to areas under the bell curve.
Hold on just a second. Make sure you can see this. So the 1.96, the way that we're referencing this table, this is the 1.9, and then we look for the 0.06 to add to the 1.9, and that's where we're coming up with this 0.9750. Now, with the 1.645, that selection doesn't exist on here, so we had to take the average between these two values. That's what he just did. These are very important numbers, okay? The 0.95. If I'm doing a one-tailed test and I'm not looking at two areas on the curve, but I'm looking at just one direction, 95% of my data is expressed at the 1.645. And so we'll look what that looks like on the curve.
Values and relate them to areas under the bell curve. You notice each of these bell curves has a different area highlighted. For the z-scores, the value we just looked up was for 1.645 was 0.9500, and other tables may have other values, like the I just put in there. There are other values between 1.645 and 1.96, but I'm going to discuss these two. 1.96 we just looked up, and the value there was 0.9750, and you'll see other tables with different values for 1.96. And what this means is there's different areas it's discussing and talking about. The 0.9500 is the blue area, and 1.645 is the critical value. The blue area, again, I'll put that back in. 95% of observations have a z-score less than 1.645. In other words, if I took a random sample, 95% of these random samples would have z-scores less than 1.645. Now, if I move over that 1.645 and I look at the area between the mean, which is 0, the z-score is 0, and 1.645, let me shade that blue again. 45% of the observations have a z-score between 0 and 1.645. And finally, on the same row, if I look at the last column, and now if I move that 1.645 over, and I shade that area blue again, it turns out 5% of the observations have a z-score greater than 1.645.
Okay, and so if you're doing a one-tail test, then and you're testing at 95% confidence, that means you have an alpha value of 0.05. That critical value that you would be looking for is this 1.645 z-score location. And that would mean that everything that is less than that would support the null hypothesis. But if your data showed up to the right of that, then that would support the alternative hypothesis. And so, you know, if the if the P is low, HO must go. That's what we're talking about here. And so that works, this number works well for one-tailed test. But then we'll get into the discussion about two-tailed test.
This 0.05, or the upper tail, what I'm looking at, the blue area, is also known as alpha, with the Greek letter alpha, or the p-value. Now, 1.96, I'll do the same analysis, and 0.9750 of the observations, or 97.5%, have z-scores less than 1.96. It turns out that 0.475, or 47.5% of the observations, occur between 0 and 1.96. And now finally, 0.0250, or 2.5% of all observations are greater than 1.96, a z-score greater than 1.96. This 0.0250 is known as alpha, and it's also the Greek letter alpha, or the p-value.
Okay, and so he's not showing you a scale that shows you from negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96, but you can imagine if you had the flip side of this shaded in, and that was your area of interest, from a negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96, that would simply be 0.4750 times 2, are added together, okay? And so what does that equal? If I add 0.4750 to 0.4750, what does that equal?
.9500.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's your 95%. And so when you're running a two-tailed test, this is your z-score of interest, negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96, because you're looking for this area in the middle being 95% of your data. And that means that 2.5% of your data would be on both tails. So in this first test, the full 5% of the data is above 1.645, okay? Or if I was at a negative 1.645 and considering everything less than that negative 1.645, then 5% of your data would be here and 95% would be in this direction, again, heading towards infinity. And so that's one thing that's important to note, is from this point of interest and everything shaded in blue, what constitutes it as being 0.9750 isn't just the visual area, it's heading towards infinity. Same thing for this area here, you know, it's heading towards infinity. And so that's where, you know, we can say with truth that 100% of the data falls under the curve, because we can never get to the ends of the curve.
For a z-score 1.96. As my z-scores get larger, the area becomes larger as well, because it includes a larger proportion or a larger percent. The same is true if I'm looking at between the mean and a z-score, the area becomes larger and larger as the z-scores become larger as well. But for the last one with that little tail right there, as the z-score becomes larger, the area in the tail becomes smaller and smaller.
Okay, and these z-scores that we're pointing out here, these are just common points of interest. But when we use these z-tables and we've calculated for a z-score,
in this tutorial,
we can find out the probability level of any z-score. What is the probability that it's going to be more than a point of interest? What's the probability that it's going to be less than a point of interest? What's the probability that it's going to be in between 2 points of interest? That's the way that we're setting up these z-score evaluations. Okay, and then this becomes important. It's underlying in a lot of our hypothesis tests. And you know, I'll show you the tests that we're talking about that have an underlying normal distribution. We're going to talk about those, but we'll talk about some tests that have non-normal distributions as well, and like exponential distributions, and like when we get into the F test and stuff like that. That's not a normal distribution. It's actually a ratio of two chi-square distributions, and so we'll get into that, and it's going to seem seamless going into those conversations once you get this basic down though. And so really what I'm doing with z-scores is I'm using that as a locating device under this curve, so I can figure out everything above a point of interest, everything below a point of interest, or everything in between 2 points of interest using those z-tables. Kristen, how can I help you?
No, it's not you, Robert. You're doing a great job. It's just
I'm doing a great job. If you're lost, it's not that great.
It's me. It's the learner. It's not
right,
you.
Hold on. So let's go back to this. Okay.
Well, I don't want you to have to do that.
Hold on. No. I want you to understand. So I'm looking at some very simple calculations here. If I have a mean of 49 and I have a specific observation of 47 and a standard deviation of 2, okay, so these are known things that I know about my data. And so however I calculated what my mean was, well, I just took the algebraic average of all the data amounts that I had. How did I calculate for the standard deviation? Well, we covered that yesterday. First, I have to solve for variance, and then we take the square root of the variance, and we come up with the standard deviation. Okay, and so you know it's simple to get these elements that we need here if we have the data. And if you don't have the data, that's why I provided you that link So you could reverse engineer it. But I don't want to show that link right now because I really don't need people getting lost in the sauce with that stuff. And so right now, all I want to know is, having these known values, what areas under the curve can I start figuring things out about? And so the math is pretty simple to figure out what the z-score is. I just take the area of interest minus the mean divided by the standard deviation. Well, we figured out what the standard deviation was, and we already know what the mean is. And so now it's a matter of the specific observation. Well, 47 what? 47 pounds, 47 minutes, 47 hours. You know, what is this 47 to you? Well, you know, it's whatever you're studying, whatever this data element unit, you know, represents. And so now that you've plugged that in and you know that it's -1 standard deviation is what the z-score is. And so now as we look at the curve, and what that's telling us is what is the probability of an observation being more than 47 and less than 49. And so what I want to know is, from -1 standard deviation, because we did the math to calculate that, at 47 to 49, what is the probability of observation is going to be somewhere in the middle here. So that's where we reference the z-table to figure out what that z-score is. And when we reference the z-table, we find out that that 1 standard deviation is a z-score of 0.34. Well, that's great. So now we know 34% of all of my data points should fall in here. And so if I continue to collect samples, or from the existing sample group that I have, 34% of that data should fall into this zone right here. And so if we're talking about minutes, 34% of the data should be between 47 minutes and 49 minutes. If we're talking about pounds, 34% of the data should be between 47 pounds and 49 pounds. Does that make sense, Kristen? Yes. Okay. Good. And so again, it's where is this is all just kind of notional, you know, that we're picking -1. You know, the numbers that we could have had could have given me a z-score of -1.543. Okay. Well, then I just look that information up on the z-table. But again, what's important is to look at what it is that you're trying to answer from your real world. And are you looking between 2 points under the curve? Or are you looking at everything less than a particular point on the curve? Or are you looking at everything more than a particular point on the curve? You know, that just all depends on what are you trying to figure out from the real world. When I relate this to hypothesis tests, because that's going to become very important to the discussions that we have after lunch, when I'm relating this to hypothesis tests, I want you to understand that when we're talking about a decision that we're going to make based off of the p-value, okay, then what we're really talking about is an area under this curve, okay? And so when we're running hypothesis tests, if it's a one-tailed test, I'm just worried about this area under the curve. If it's a two-tailed test, then I would have, this is what we're calling the rejection region. And if it's a two-tailed test, I would have a rejection region on both sides. And so I would have 2 rejection regions for a two-tailed test, okay? So am I talking about everything that's greater than a particular number? Well, then I would be looking at this. If I'm talking about everything that's greater than or less than a particular number, then I would be, you know, if I'm talking about greater than or less than, then I would want to know about the area in the middle. And so I would have 2 rejection regions. And so when we get into the hypothesis test, some very specific example with hypothesis test, I think it's gonna clear that up some more for you. Okay, do you have any other questions on that, either Kristen or anybody else? Because setting this foundation kind of helps us follow along as we move forward. Okay. So let's talk about, you know, you're going to hear t-test quite a bit because we do a lot of things in the world with t-test. We also have z-test. You don't hear of the z-test as much, you know, and so we can look at, you know, the difference between a z-test and a t-test. But first, I need you to understand just a little bit about this t-distribution, and so and what constitutes the t-distribution. And this video author, he loves talking about William Gossett, who used t-distribution to make Guinness beer. Okay, but this is what I need you to see. If we're looking at a normal distribution, we talk about this expectation of a bell shape. And again, if I'm looking at a two-tail hypothesis test, I would have 95% of my data, you know, falling in the middle, and then 2.5% in the rejection regions. And so that's what we would express as the alpha value for 95% being in the middle. The alpha value on both tails would be 0.025. Add it together, and that's 5%. So again, whether we're talking about it as the alpha value or the p-value, and so on two-tail, our critical value that we're looking for is a negative 1.96 to a positive 1.96. Now, all that's easy to understand because it's all stuff that we just talked about. But then, what is this t-distribution? Well, a t-distribution is used specifically to compensate for lower amounts of sample elements, and specifically lower amounts of sample elements. And you can build a t-distribution model with as few as 2 sample elements, and you can start making predictions. But what you're going to see here in just a second as I turn this on is what you're having to do is you're having to throw this huge compensation factor in there and really spread out this this estimator for variance and spread out where you're cutting off your lines. And so let them take it into this video here, and then once we go to the next video, it becomes, I think, a lot more crystal clear. So the video up to this point is just talking about the same things that we've been talking about with normal distribution.
Or -2. Now the t-distribution or t-test looks about like this little gold or the curve right there. And it's shaped, it's a little shorter. Let me bring in this.
Looks like a sombrero. It doesn't look like a bell curve anymore. You know, it kind of has that sombrero shape to it.
Normal distribution, so you can kind of compare, and it's shorter and fatter than the normal distribution. It's probably self-conscious about that as well. So let me fade out the normal distribution. And so the curve again looks very similar to the bell curve. We do the same thing. We put 95% in the middle, and then we put in the rejection regions, we put 2.5% in each region. Now imagine that the sample size is equal to 2, which is very small. We would set up a critical region, or t-score would be negative 12.7 and 12.7. So we say if t is less than or equal to negative 12.7, or if t is greater than or equal to 12.7, we reject. And what do we reject? We reject the null hypothesis.
Okay, so instead of z-scores, now what we're looking at is t-scores. And so we have a different chart for t-distribution.
So we reject if it's greater than 12.7 or less than negative 12.7. I'll put the normal distribution back in, and that's what that is. And now that's the t-distribution. What happens is if the sample size goes up, as the sample size goes up, the t-distribution becomes more and more like the normal distribution until eventually, here we go, it is exactly the same as the normal distribution, especially at large samples, actually only at large samples. So at large samples, really samples greater than 20, you're going to get the same result. You'll find this table at the back.
Sometimes we talk about the magic number of 30, you know, again, you know, that is somewhere between 20 and 30, you know, you're going to get the same type of results. And so I'm sorry, I was just trying to make this larger and it messed up on me. So let me make that a little larger for you. All right, and so this is a t-table, and what we're calculating is degrees of freedom, and so we need at least 1 degree of freedom. Well, what does that mean? That means that I need my if I have 2 data elements in my sample group, my degrees of freedom is the 2 minus 1. Okay, and so now I have 1 degree of freedom. And then I need to know what confidence level I want to test at. Okay, if I want to test at 95% confidence, then that's going to give me an alpha value of 0.05. And so all of that works the same way as other things that we've discussed. But now what this is telling you is the t-score is 12.706 because I only had 2 data elements. If I had 3 minus 1, that's 2 degrees of freedom. You see there's a huge dramatic jump right here, where that sombrero type shape is going to dramatically move in and look closer, but still fatter than what that bell shape is. It's not till I get down here around 20 that I'm really getting closer, or between 20 and 30 that I'm getting really close to 1.96. You know, at 30 I'm pretty close to it. It will never match completely to 1.96 until we get up towards infinity. It's not designed to match completely, but you know, to tell you the truth, between 2.0 and 1.96, very little is going on there. All right, and so that's basically how T distribution operates a little bit different from a normal curve estimator. And basically what it's telling you is that those smaller data sets, that your shape of your curve is going to be a little bit different. And if you want to do, you know, really small sample groups, then you have to really kind of exaggerate out your estimator for how wide that distribution is going to be. The real answer is go get more data elements. You know, go get more data if it's at all possible, and that's going to help you out. And having, even if you're running t-tests, and you're going to run a lot of t-tests because a lot of hypothesis tests are based off of this. But if you have, you know, 20, 30 data elements at a minimum, it's going to function very much similar to normal distribution. All right. Kristen, are you ready to go to lunch?
I am, but I'd like to ask my Arizona friends if they're okay with going to lunch.
They love brunch. Arizona friends, are you ready to go to lunch? I'm sorry, Tristan. Kristen, I thought you was in Arizona.
I'm in Houston. I'm good. I'm in Houston. I'm just trying to.
You're in my backyard. What's going on with that? Yeah, that's crazy. All right. I love brunch myself, and so Kim loves brunch, and so let's go ahead and go to lunch. Let's see, and then we'll open the floor back up, obviously for questions, but really before we start saying, okay, well, I'm still having a difficult time with this. Let me get a couple more videos into this, and I think it's going to be clear as mud by the time we have a little more discussion. Good to go? Is this fun? You having fun yet? Blast. All right. All right. Let me give you 40 minutes today, shake the cobwebs out, and come back in at 10 minutes after. Thanks. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started, and let me maybe set your mind at ease a little bit. We spent a lot of time in the analyze trying to refresh your memory about data analysis and statistical analysis. And again, it's my expectation that the majority of you haven't been in a job or a position where you've used this on a regular basis. And so we tend to forget these things. And some of you are probably very high functioning, and maybe I'm boring you a little bit right now. So, you know, we have that spectrum. You know, we already know that we're going to have that spectrum when we start doing the pre-assessments. But to tell you the truth, I can go into some professional organizations like, I won't say which pharmaceutical company, but I work with 24 PhDs in research and development and pharmaceutical industry. And of course, we take it to a higher level of expectation with them. And, you know, they can get lost because they get in this tendency or habit of just pushing buttons and forgetting what's happening behind the scenes. And then they don't know why they have trouble doing their statistical analysis. And so, you know, whatever point of the continuum, you know, that you fall on, whether you're very well practiced or whether this is, you know, just a difficult walk for you right at the moment. What I want you to feel is, one, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to be able to do in your real world that isn't going to involve heavy statistical analysis. There's a lot of work that needs to be done for continuous improvement within your organization that is very highly intuitive, and we have a lot simpler way to get to those answers and to resolve, you know, which direction we need to turn, left or right. An example of that was like the cause mapping, you know, that we showed you early on in the phase of this discussion on analyze. And with that cause mapping, you know, you could do a lot of discovery and opportunity, but this is a necessary element, and your organization is going to need you to get into that growth pattern from wherever you're at, and get into that refamiliarizing yourself, because there's only so much that we're going to be able to do without bringing in the statistical analysis. We will hit a glass ceiling, so to speak, to the things that we can do, but there's a lot that can be done while you're on that journey. And some of the projects that I've done that have really brought in literally millions of dollars in cost savings, and there's a number of those projects that didn't rely on any heavy duty, you know, statistical analysis or hypothesis tests. But then again, there's others that absolutely do. So it's a mixed bag, but what I want you to be comfortable with is you will be seeing a test that is commensurate with a 4 to 5 day course being taught, and so, you know, I'm not going to be giving you a test that expects you to be a data scientist, and so hopefully you understand that. Now, the world around you will test you that way, because you will hit that glass ceiling for things that you can do more on the intuitive side and more on the lean, clean side. You know, you're going to hit that glass ceiling, and you're going to need the Six Sigma, you know, statistical analysis side. And so, but you know, you have time is what I'm telling you. And you also have expertise all around you, even within this group. You know, there's some good expertise that is within this group. I can already sense it. I can feel it. I know that it's there, and that's good, because what we do is we, just like when I was being challenged by that rocket scientist in the most literal sense, you know, when we get to that point to where we need to phone a friend or get somebody else onto the team and help us out and bring their expertise into that conversation, we need to turn towards those resources. But then, you know, like I say, grow in the process. All right, so hopefully that's well received, and what we're going to do is we're just going to push on. We will get through the analyze phase today. We have improve and control tomorrow. I've been telling you all along since Monday that improve and control is going to go very quickly, so we are on pace, but we need to wrap up the discussions with the analyze phase today. And there's more video support in your training guide than what we're actually going to go into during this lesson. I'm going to give you the most important pieces out of this, especially for what I believe that you're ready for and you're ready to receive, and then the other videos that we don't get to, the study guide is yours, and those videos are hyperlinked, and the video authors that are available with these videos, you know, they can take you deeper and deeper, you know, however deep, you know, that you're ready to go into. And so just view the slides that you have here and these initial videos that I show you as being kind of like the door opening, but it's definitely not the end of a journey. I think I expressed on Monday, this is the beginning of what should become a lifelong journey of doing continuous process improvement, continuous performance improvement, and there's a lifelong journey associated with the learning and education side of it as well, and it shouldn't all be done in the academic setting. It should be done in the real world, exercising these muscles. All right, sound fun? Yes, all right, good. And so what I want to do is I want to get you into the difference between a z-test and a t-test. You know, you're going to hear this come up from time to time. Well, should I do a z-test? Should I do a t-test? This video will help you understand the different type of scenarios, you know, where you'd select between a z-test and a t-test. I'm going to tell you, you're going to experience in the real world more often using a t-test because of the conditions that are necessary to be successful with a z-test. That'll be understood once we get into the video.
Okay, so welcome to my video.
Let me get this larger for you.
T-test. And the reason why I'm making this video is because many of my students get confused on whether they should use a z-test or whether they should use a t-test. So I'm going to go over 3 different examples, which should hopefully clear up any confusion. And in these 3 examples, I'm going to show you when you should use a z-test and when you should use a t-test. So let's get started right away. This first example says that the average test score for an entire school is equal to 75. So the average for the entire population of the school, or the population average, is equal to 75. And the population average is always written with the Greek letter mu. And it also says the average test score of the school is 75 with a standard deviation of 10. So the standard deviation for the entire school or the entire population is equal to 10. And the population standard deviation is always written with the Greek letter sigma, and that is equal to 10. So it says, what is the probability that a sample of 5 students, scored above an 80. So we have a random sample with a size of 5. So our total number in the sample n is equal to 5. And what is the probability that the random sample of 5 students scored above an 80? So the average for the sample is equal to 80, and we're trying to find the probability that that 5 students scored above an 80. So let's look at our conditions for using a t-test. So let's find out whether we should use a t-test or a z-test. Okay, and I wrote these 2 conditions for you in our previous video, so I'm sorry if this sounds a little repetitive. But our first condition is that the population standard deviation is unknown. And notice how our population standard deviation is known. We do know it. It's equal to 10. So our first condition for using a t-test is not met. Therefore, we cannot use a t-test. We're going to use a z-test. So for this example, we would use a z-test, and our formula for using our formula for z is equal to the average of the sample minus the average of the population, all divided by the population standard deviation divided by the square root of the sample size. And I'm not going to go over this example anymore, because just the point of this video is I just want you to know whether you should use a z-test or a t-test. So let's go over another example. Here it says the average test score for an entire school is 75. Okay, so our population average, once again, is equal to 75. And then it says the standard deviation of the sample of 40 students is 10. So we don't know the population standard deviation, we know the sample standard deviation. The sample standard deviation is equal to 10. So our sample standard deviation, which we write with the letter S, is equal to 10. And it also says that the random sample of 40 students. Okay, so we know that in our sample we have 40 students. So our sample size n is equal to 40 students. And once again, it's asking us what is the probability that the average test score of the sample is above 80. So our average for the sample is equal to 80, and we want to find the probability that it's above 80. So what test do we use? Do we use a t-test or do we use a z-test? So now what's our first condition again? Our first condition is that the population standard deviation is unknown. That condition is actually met because we don't actually know our population standard deviation. We were given our sample standard deviation, but we were never given our population standard deviation. So our first condition has been satisfied. Now let's look at our second condition. The sample size for using a t-test must be less than 30. And take a look at our sample. Notice how our sample size is above 30. It's equal to 40. So our condition number 2 was not met for using a t-test. So once again, we would still use a z-test. And our formula for z in this example would be the average of the sample minus the population average divided by the sample standard deviation all over the square root of the sample size. And once again, I'm not going to go over this example in more detail because just the point of this video, once again.
Okay, and one thing that I want to point out here is he's placing the priority of the sample size over knowing the population standard deviation. This is up to the person that's actually running the test. What I would do is I would go ahead and default to a t-test because to me, the population standard deviation being known or unknown is more of a driver than the number in the sample group. But this is where you can run into some individual differences. It's going to be very often that you don't know your full population standard deviation, and you don't even have a good estimator for that. You can calculate your standard deviation for the data that you do have, but a lot of times we don't know what the standard deviation is for the full population. And so that's what kind of pushes a t-test into being used more often.
Again, I just want you to know whether to use Z or whether to use T. So let's go over one last example, and I think that should cover everything. And in this example, it says the average test score for an entire school is 75. So once again, our population average is equal to 75. We have a random sample of 9 students, so our sample size is equal to 9. And it also says the standard deviation for the sample is equal to 10. So the standard deviation of the sample. So our standard deviation of the sample, which is S, is equal to 10. And once again, it's asking us, what is the probability that the average for the sample is above 80? So our sample average is equal to 80. We want to find the probability that it's above 80. So let's see if both our conditions for using T have been met. Our condition number 1 is our population standard deviation unknown. Yes, we don't know what it is. We were given the sample standard deviation, but we were not given the population standard deviation. So our first condition was met. We do not know our population standard deviation. Let's see if our second condition has been met. Is our sample size less than 30? Our sample size is 9, so 9 is definitely less than 30. So our condition number 2 has also been met. So for this example, we would definitely use a t-test since both our conditions have been met. And our formula for using t in this example would be the average of the sample minus the average of the population, all divided by the sample standard deviation all over the square root of the sample size. So I hope this gave you a better...
Or pushing the button that says t-test. And so now we're going to look at different types of t-tests that we have, because there's multiple ways that you can structure a t-test to accommodate the multiple different types of data that you're going to be analyzing. And so we'll talk about a t-test where you're just comparing your data set towards a expected gold standard, or where you expected the data to perform. And then we'll talk about comparing Group A against Group B, or then we'll talk about Group A before versus Group A after. And so 3 main categories of tests we're going to talk about here.
The t-test was developed by William Seeley Gossett. He worked at the Guinness Brewery over 100 years ago, and he developed this test to determine things like the difference between barley yield. Now, he wanted to publish this statistical test to share it with other statisticians, but the brewery was nervous. They didn't want him to publish. They didn't want him to give away any secrets. He finally convinced them, but he had to publish under the pseudonym Student. So instead of this being known as the Gossett's t-test, it's known as the... So in this video, I'm going to start by conceptually showing you what the t-test is. I'll then show you how to calculate the t-value, run a t-test, and then finally, how to do a t-test in just a few seconds using a spreadsheet. So imagine I have 2 fields of barley, field 1 and field 2, and I want to compare them, but I don't want to cut down the whole field. I just want to do some samples. Samples from 1, samples from 2. So I could get a sample from field 1. Now, it won't be a perfect normal distribution like this. It's going to be more of a histogram that looks like that. And then I'm going to get a sample from field 2. Now, which one of these has a higher yield? Well, we could figure out the mean, we could figure out the average of each of those samples, and it looks like the average in field 2 is higher than the average in field 1. But that's only part of the picture. The mean only tells us so much, because we could have different distributions, and depending on that distribution or the variance within that sample, there could be a statistically significant difference between the two or not. And that's where the t-value comes in handy. It's really a ratio of signal to noise. Signal is going to be numbers that tell me the difference between these two samples, and noise is going to be numbers that kind of get in the way. So how do I figure out the signal? Well, the easiest way to do that is simply find the difference between the two means. And so if I calculate the mean in sample 1, we'll call that x bar 1, and x bar 2, the absolute value or the difference between the two is going to tell you how much signal there is, how much difference there is. Now, how do we get at the noise? That's going to be in the variability of the groups themselves. And so the factor is going to look something like this. What is S1? That's the standard deviation. Remember, that's how far our data is spread from the mean. But we're not only taking the standard deviation, we're actually squaring that. That gives us something called the variance. And so if I increase the variance, that's going to lower my value. It's like giving me more noise. Now, the other factor in here is going to be the number of samples that I'm taking. As I increase the number of samples, that will actually increase the signal up to a point. And so again, the difference between the means is going to give us more signal, higher t-value, and increasing that variability is actually going to decrease it. So let me show you how to calculate that t-value. I'm using Excel, but you could use Google Sheets or even your TI calculator.
Okay, and what we've been saying for a couple of days now is there's not enough of the story being told with just viewing the average or comparing averages. And so this is a big part of the value of this t-test is we're not just looking at the average, we're looking at the average and we're looking at the spread of the data, the dispersion from that mean by bringing in this standard deviation from each of the two different fields in this situation. And so this is what we would call a independent sample t-test or a two-sample test. You can hear it expressed either way, but because I have field 1 and field 2, if it were field 1 before some type of treatment and then field 1 again after some type of treatment, that would no longer qualify for an independent t-test. At that point, there's a dependency here because it's still the same field. It's just that I have a before condition and an after condition. So maybe I put some type of fertilizer on it or what have you. Whatever that condition was, I want to see, is there a difference of statistical relevance? So it's not just finding out if there's a difference in the mean, it's finding out, is there a difference of the mean and the variability that is of statistical relevance? And where do we draw that line? Well, that's where we're going to establish our confidence interval and say where we're drawing that line.
So if you look at these two samples from field 1 and field 2, can you tell which one has a higher yield? It's really hard just looking at it. Is there a difference between the two and how much is that difference? So we'll use the t-value to calculate that. First thing we have to figure out is the mean. So in a spreadsheet, you hit equals average instead of mean. I'm going to put left parentheses, and now I'm going to select that entire sample set from field 1. End parentheses, and then I'm going to get a mean of 15.38. Now I can select that and drag over, and now I get a mean of 15.68 in field 2. Next thing I have to figure out is my standard deviation. So that's equals STDEV, left parentheses. I'm now going to sample that field 1. And now I put end parentheses. So we're going to have a standard deviation of 0.3124. I'm now going to apply that into field 2's data set. So we have a higher standard deviation. Remember, I now have to calculate the variance. To do that, you have to square the standard deviation. So I'm going to select that cell and bring it to the second power. So there's my variance for field 1. And now here's my variance for field 2. And then finally, I have to know how much data I'm actually collecting. So if you hit equals count, that'll count the number of data. And so I'm going to count those, and we get 16. So we got 16, and then it's going to be 16 in the next one as well. Now you could use a spreadsheet to calculate this. You could do it by hand. It takes a long time to figure out standard deviation by hand, so I'd encourage you to use something like a spreadsheet. Now I have all these values. I'm simply going to plug it into my t value like that. So we've got the signal on the top, so I'm going to find the difference between these two, and then I'm going to figure out my noise on the bottom. Remember, you have to divide this, add it, and then take the square root of that. So if I do the work for you, we've got a signal of 0.30, a noise of 0.13, so I've got a t value of 2.3. What does that mean? Since it's higher than 1, that means there's more signal, there is noise. So I'm going to put that over here to the side, because this video is not about the student's t value, it's about the student's t-test. So now we're going to run a t-test. What are we testing? We're testing our null hypothesis. Just like we do in a chi-squared test, what we're going to start with is a null hypothesis that says there's no statistically significant difference between the samples. In other words, any difference that we would find is simply due to chance. You then identify a critical value, a number. If our t-value is lower than that, then we don't reject our null hypothesis. But if we get a t-value that's higher than the critical value, then we reject our null hypothesis. There must be an alternate hypothesis. There could be something going on between these two fields. Now, how do we find that critical value? We'll use a t-table that looks like this. It looks confusing, but it's really not that bad. So this would be for a two-tail test, and I'll show you what that means in just a second. First thing you have to know is what probability are we going to use? Generally in science, we'll use the 0.05 probability. So that's going to be this column right here. What does that mean? Well, this is an inferential statistic. It means if we were to do this sample 100 times, 95 of the times we would reject the null hypothesis and only 5% we wouldn't. And so it has a lot to do with chance. So I'm going to use that 0.05. Now we have to figure out what row we're going to do. And to do that, we have to know how many samples we collected and figure out the degrees of freedom. So the degrees of freedom is going to be the samples of N1 and N2 minus 2. So since we took 16 from each, it's going to be 32 minus 2, or 30 degrees of freedom. So here's our critical value. Our critical value is going to be 2.04. So is our t-value higher than that? So this is where we're doing the actual t-test. Are we higher than 2.04? We are. And so what does that mean? We're going to reject our null hypothesis. That means there is something statistically significant between these two sample sets. Now, it's not much higher than that. Remember, it's just 2.3. And if we were to look over here to the 0.025 probability, we can see that we're actually lower than that. So we're not positive, but we're pretty sure that there's something statistically significant between these two.
Okay, and if you recall that discussion about type 1, type 2 errors, this is close enough to where I would have concern if I was running this analysis myself, and I would want to go collect a new set of data and run the same test again. And at that point, you know, if I'm still hovering very closely, you know, what I'm going to start figuring out by turning this one test more into a study is, yeah, there's a marginal difference, but if I'm trying to have more of a difference, maybe there's something else that I need to affect on the input side of this. And so whatever we have that's driving an expected difference between field 1 and field 2, it's not strong enough. Okay, that's what I'm going to get. Now, can you say that, you know, you successfully proved that you can reject the null hypothesis just because you're marginally above that number? Yeah, you can, but that, again, that's not the point. The point isn't just to win the argument. The point is to have confidence in moving forward, because remember, there's random chance in both of these sets of data. And so what we're trying to figure out is how much is actually driven by some type of influential factor and how much is driven by random chance. What these results are telling us is there's very little that are driven by a factor other than random chance, just because of how close the numbers were. But like I say, you got the different types of t-tests that you can use, and that's what you should pick up out of that whole conversation. The math that you just saw him doing, you won't be responsible for. You're going to be responsible for pushing a button on software that tells you to give you a t-test. But then it's going to give you outputs, and it's really nice to know what those outputs are all about. And so Now I'm going to take you the other direction, and we'll step into ANOVA, analysis of variation, because, you know, a t-test has its limitation. I can only compare one item against one other item, and so, you know, either before or after condition. And so, say if I'm doing a treatment on a group of people, you know, before and after, you know, I give them a certain medication or what have you, or but you know, it's only two. Or if I'm comparing field 1 to field 2, or if I'm comparing one item to a standard, but it's only two groups. And so we're going to get stuck a lot of times because maybe we have 3 or 4 or 5 factors, you know, that we have to compare at the same time. And so that's where we'll turn to ANOVA, analysis of variation. Now, instead of showing you the hard math that's associated with it on the front end, and this situation, I'm going to show you, you know, just pushing the button in statistical software, let it spit out its data, and there's certain parts of that data element that it spits out that will be readily apparent to you and help you to know, you know, which direction you should go to reject the null hypothesis or to fail to reject the null hypothesis. But there's going to be other elements that aren't readily understood or how those were acquired, and that's where we're going to go into this second video and do the manual calculations associated with one-way ANOVA. And that's also going to help us understand the F statistic and how to derive the critical value for the F and for the F table, and then how to calculate the F statistic out of the data. And that becomes a very important lesson topic. So if we're just pushing buttons, we don't understand enough to fully interpret the output and to understand what's going on in the world around us. So we'll step into this, but in the real world, what I want you to do is I want you to push the button, but push the button and have an understanding of how to interpret the results. All right, and this video is going to start off with this nice presentation of a box and whisker plot that we already talked about. And so without even knowing what the data is about, what's on the X driver or what's on the, you know, the Y output, you know, you can look and see, okay, well, I got categories of data. And as I increase the size of this, you're going to see that it says, hold on, you're going to see that it says 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. Of what? It doesn't matter right at the moment. You know, we're just looking visually to see if there's any difference in the way that these categories are performing. And by visual inspection, you can say, yeah, there's a lot of differences going on here. Okay, not even knowing what this 5%, 10%, 15, 20% is, unless you look up here at the label. It says hardwood concentration effects on tensile strength. Tensile strength of what? Well, we just happen to be manufacturing paper bags. And we want to know, does hardwood concentration affect the tensile strength of that paper bag? And if it does, you know, how much does that vary from different hardwood concentration levels? Now, the box and whisker plot isn't going to solve anything for you. All that it's going to do is it's going to give you that visual representation. You know, in order for us to figure out if we can solve something, we have to actually go into the hypothesis test. So we're going to use ANOVA for that because we don't just have 5% and 10%. We have 5, 10, 15, and 20 that we want to compare all at the same time and see across all of these if there's a difference of statistical relevance. We see there's a difference. Is it of statistical relevant value?
So let's investigate how to use ANOVA, or analysis of variance, to determine an optimal kind of performance range. So here we have an example. Comes from Montgomery's SPC, Intro to SPC. The idea here is that we're making paper for, you know, bags made somewhere. And we think that hardwood concentration of 5, 10, 15%, 20% will change the tensile strength of the paper we're producing. This is what are called a single factor analysis of variance. Now, if we wanted to look at that, we could just take that data, select it with the mouse, click on the QI macros and choose box and whisker chart. And we're going to organize that, its values. We're going to organize it by columns and come up with a title here. But essentially, you can see at 5%, 10%, 15, 20, you can see that we have, it's lower here, mid-range in here, and higher there. So what we want to do with analysis of variance is we're going to take all of this data, click on the QI macros under ANOVA tools, because this is a single factor. We're only tweaking just the hardwood concentration. That's one factor. We can go out and take that data and run an analysis of variance. And a level of significance, and again, this is 0.05 is usually standard. And I'm going to take this and squeeze this down just a little bit so we can see what we're doing. But in essence, what you see here is that our p-value is very low, which says...
Okay, and if the P is low, what do we do with HO? Finish the mantra. If the P is low, HO must go. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to reject the null hypothesis. And he's telling you here, okay, so my p-value here is less than 0.05. Even if I was testing at a 99% confidence, my p-value is sufficiently low enough to where, you know, I'm going to reject that null hypothesis. Now, in reality, this p-value will never be absolutely zero, and it's not absolutely zero in this situation. It depends on how you have Excel set up. If you have it set up a certain way where it shows you negative exponents, it'll give you a number here, and then it'll say E negative such and such, you know, just like that previous example did. Now, in this situation, he doesn't have it configured that way. You may not have it configured that way. So you can grab this cursor and pull it over to the right until you start seeing some numbers show up. But it's going to be some infinitesimally small number. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it's significantly less than my p-value here. Okay, and so yes, and so if the p is low, HO must go. If the p is high, keep the guy. All right, but in this situation, the p obviously is not high. Now that can be enough to you know, say, okay, well, you know, we were successful with this hypothesis test. But the problem with ANOVA is we know that there's a difference of statistical relevance, but we don't know where that difference is, okay? Is it between the 5 and the 10? Is it between the 10 and the 15, the 15 and the 20? That visual inspection that we did on the front page, and when we did the box and whisker, we can really start figuring out where are those major differences at just looking at the visual representation. But we can also come here to the summary group and we can start looking, well, you know, this has an average of 10. This is right around 16 and 17, and this has an average of 21.16, whatever. Okay, so what do you see that kind of looks close together? Well, it's right here in the middle. So now we can come in here and we can do a post hoc test. And we can say, okay, well, is there a statistical relevant difference between these two? We could say, you know, we could do a post hoc test and do a t-test to see if there's a relevant difference between any of these categories, but we just kind of want to narrow that investigation down by what makes sense.
That our means are different. So 10, 15, 16, 17, 21 suggests that all of the means in here, there's some variation. And so at a very high probability level, we know that, yes, these means are all different. So then we'd want to investigate, what is our customer asking for, right? And so what is the bursting strength they're looking for? If they're looking for a bursting strength more around 15 or 16, then we might want to investigate these two levels. And so that's going to get us started down this path of analyzing what customers want, and then coming back to it and being able to say, you know, let's change our process so that we can match what that customer wants. And obviously here we might like to do a little bit more investigation, maybe just on the 10 and the 15. And we could take those two, and I could pursue this a little bit further. I could do a t-test. I might assume equal variances. And again, when I come here at 10% and 15%, this time the means, you know.
Okay, so Now my p-value for one tail is 0.175, and for a two tail is 0.349. Okay, so with regard to a p at 0.05, is this higher than 0.05? If the p is high, then what do? If the p is high, you keep the guy, right? And so what that means is we're going to fail to reject the null hypothesis. And so he's saying except, and again, that's against, convention. Okay, the null hypothesis in a t-test is that there's no statistically relevant difference between them. In other words, what that test is expecting is that both of those data sets are from the same population and aren't in the defect regions. Okay, let's pretend like that's somewhat of a symmetric curve. And so if I was doing a two-tail, it would mean that it's in that both of these populations come from this center portion. This area supports the null hypothesis. On a two-tail or on a one-tail, okay, when it gets into these reject regions, that's where it causes you to reject the null hypothesis. So it's saying that you're going beyond that critical value. And so hopefully you're starting to pick up on that a little bit, and we'll reinforce it even more once we get to some other discussion here. And so I want to go back just a little bit though. Where we was looking at this output earlier, we have this F critical value, and we have this F statistic generated by all of this data. And when you look at this, I don't want to just look at the P value, I want to look at the F critical value and the F statistic that gets generated. But if it's been a while since you worked with ANOVA or these levels of statistics, then that may not be apparent to you. How did we get the F critical value? How did we get the F statistic? What does the difference in this number mean? Is it significant? Is it trying to tell you something? And the answer is trying to tell you something pretty important. And so we're going to go investigate that by doing the manual calculations to derive the F critical value and to derive the F statistic.
10% hardwood concentration is cheaper. Let's go with that. I'm here at 10% and 15%. This time, the means, essentially we're accepting the null hypothesis that the means are the same. So if 10% hardwood concentration is cheaper, let's go with that.
Okay, because what it's saying is statistically there's no difference in the tensile strength between 10% and 15% hardwood concentration. And it's probably readily apparent that hardwood concentration is probably an expensive ingredient to add to that. But then, you also think about, things like forest conservation and things of that nature. And there's a concern about, conserving our forest. And when you think about a manufacturer of paper bags, how many paper bags are they making? Hundreds of thousands of them, a million a month. It's going to be a lot of paper bags. And so we don't want to gold plate it. When we think about those 8 forms of waste, one of those opportunities to find waste in our products and processes is to see, statistically analyze, hey, I'm putting this much hardwood concentration in right now. Can I get the same type of tensile strength as an output if I reduce that? Instead of just trying to figure that out across time and through customer complaint, we can test and we can build these hypothesis tests and we can figure that out. Now, this video it's only 7 minutes. He's going to keep saying, all you have to do is do this, and then he scrolls through about 1,000 miles a minute. Okay, understand this. My intent is not to get you to start manually calculating for ANOVA, because it gets messy. It's not that it's complicated steps. It's plus, minus, multiply, and divide. It's all, simple stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that you have to do. And so the main point is I want you to see where that F statistic comes from and where that F critical value comes from, because it's going to help us to understand what we're doing with F test, what we're doing with chi distribution test. And that's the next topic, by the way. So
it is time to begin the one-way ANOVA. A one-way ANOVA, remember, has one factor with at least two independent levels. So here's an example of that. Researchers want to test a new anti-anxiety medication. They split participants into three conditions: 0 milligrams, 50 milligrams, and 100 milligrams, then asked them to rate their anxiety on a scale of 1 to 10.
Why is there 0 milligrams? Why did we give some people 0 milligrams of medication? Control, absolutely. So, we in your real world, as you're doing, some test and some hypothesis testing and pilot testing and stuff like that, if there's some way to implement a placebo effect, that's always good. Now, in your real world situation, maybe you don't have that. Maybe you have to look for, a control in a different way. But a control, and we can't have it in every study, but a control group really helps solidify the results of the study. And so here we'll proceed on with the 0 milligram, 50 milligram, and 100 milligram. We're checking to see if it has any changes in anxiety from this medication. But we don't want to know just if there's a numeric difference. We want to know, is that numeric difference statistically relevant? For it to be statistically relevant, it can't just be random chance.
Are there any differences between the three conditions using an alpha of 0.05? So here are the three conditions. There are 7 people in each condition, and there are their scores. So we're going to do an ANOVA using these 7 steps. And I've already gone over this a few times, so I'm just going to go right through it. First is stating the null and alternative hypotheses. Now, in an ANOVA, our null is that the 3 groups are equal to one another, and the alternative is that not all the groups are equal. That's it. Our alpha level is what I said it would be, 0.05. Just use whatever is stated, 0.01, 0.05, whatever. In this case, we're using 0.05. Next, we're going to calculate the degrees of freedom, and we're going to need 3 of those. We're going to need degrees of freedom between, degrees of freedom within, and degrees of freedom total. Now, before I do that, we need to make sure you understand the distinction between capital N and lowercase n. Lowercase n in this case is 7. It refers to how many people are in each level of the independent variable. And capital N refers to the total number of people in the experiment. So lowercase n is 7, capital N is 21. We're going to use that to calculate the degrees of freedom and some other things. So these are the equations for the degrees of freedom. You see we have n, we have a, we have 1. A refers to how many levels of the factor that you have. So in this case, we have 3 levels, 0, 50, and 100. So A is 3. So that makes our degrees of freedom between 2, our degrees of freedom within 18, and degrees of freedom total 20. Notice that total is just between plus within. 2 plus 18 equals 20. If between plus within don't equal total, that means something went wrong. Next, we will state our decision rule. To look up the critical value we need to use 2 different degrees of freedom. We're going to use degrees of freedom between and degrees of freedom within. We're going to use 2 and 18. Now we're going to use this F table, which looks very complicated. Hopefully you're watching this in high definition so you can actually read what these numbers are. This is the smallest F table I could get into this lecture. But this is the F table. On the top, we have the between groups, degrees of freedom, and on the left side, we have the within groups, degrees of freedom. So I'm going to use between is 2 and within is 18. And that's how I'm going to find the critical value of 3.5546. So our decision rule is, if F is greater than 3.5546, we're going to reject the null hypothesis. Next, we need to actually calculate the F. So this is an F table and a ANOVA printout table, and what we're going to do is we're going to use this table to find F, the area that I have indicated in red. The whole thing we're doing right now, the whole point of this is to calculate a single F value, which we're going to compare to the critical value. So I'm going to put in the degrees of freedom that we already know, 2, 18, and 20. And next, we're going to calculate the sum of squares. We're going to need sum of squares between, sum of squares within, and sum of squares total. This is the equation for sum of squares between. Now, most of it makes sense, except for that weird sum of AI squared thing. Really what that means is you're going to take the sum of each level, square it, and then add those together. It'd be easier for me to show you, which I'm going to do. You're going to take the sum of each of the three groups. You're going to get 57, 47, 21. You're going to square each of those sums, and then you're going to add together all of those sums. That's what that means. So hopefully if you're good with that, you should be good with this whole equation. Now, t squared, well, t just refers to the total sum. So if you add all the numbers together, if you add together 57, 47, and 21, you get a t of 125. And we already know lowercase n and capital N. We know that they're 7 and 21. So we can find sum of squares between. If we solve for it, we get 98.67. Next, let's do sum of squares within. Sum of squares within is sum of all y squared minus, hey, this thing, we already found it when we were calculating sum of squares between. We already know the second half of this. We already have that, so we can just plug that right in. We just need to find sum of all y squared. What that means is you have to square every individual value and then add them all together. So our sum of y squared is 853. That's the first part of this equation. So now solving for sum of squares within, we get 10.29. And lastly, we have sum of squares total. Now the nice thing about this is both parts of it, the sum of y squared and t squared divided by n, we already found both of those. We can just put in what we found before. And we find a sum of squares total of 108.95. So let me go back to this ANOVA table. I'm going to put in our three sum of squares. Now we're actually almost done. We're very close to finding the F. Now the F, in order to find it, it's just ms between divided by ms within. That means mean square. So mean square between divided by mean square within. We just have to find those two things. And if we have those, we have F. Now these are the equations for mean square between and mean square within. All you have to do is take the sum of squares and divide it by the degrees of freedom. So like to find mean square between, you just take 98.67 and divide by 2 and get 49.34. Same thing within, you just take 10.29 divided by 18 and get 0.57. And now that you have both of those mean squares, you can just divide them to find an F. And we get an F of 86.56. Now everything we've done so far, it was just to get that F. And now we're going to go back to our decision rule, which was if F is greater than 3.5546, reject the null hypothesis. We found an F of 86.56, so that means we are going to reject the null hypothesis.
Okay, and so, the question is 86.56 larger than 3.5546? That was his question. And so if you could imagine an F distribution, it looks like, a very, very skewed, normal distribution. It's not a normal distribution. It just looks very skewed, and it may start, from up here, it depends on if it's bound to a blocking point here, okay? But your F distribution, what they're telling you is this critical value is going to be way back here somewhere, okay? So say this is your critical value, and that would be this value right here, okay? And so what he's saying is this is our F critical value. So this is what supports the null hypothesis. Anything that is less than that critical value is supporting the null hypothesis. And so this whole investigation that we took to come up with that F statistic out of this data was to determine if the F statistic was higher than that 3.5546. And what we find out is that F statistic is way out here. So what do you think the chances are that we have some type of type 1 or type 2 error associated with this? Do you think it's very high or very low that we have a type 1, type 2 error? Very low, very low. And so what that means is we can say with a great degree of confidence that there is a difference and it's of statistical relevance. And now we understand by looking at these numbers comparatively, we understand how significant that difference is. Well, that should be really good news for this pharmaceutical company. And now they figure out, okay, well, now we just know that there's a difference between here, but we don't know where is the tipping point. And so are you going to get a return on investment by doing, additional research and study? Absolutely. This number here compared to this number here is telling you you're going to get a lot of return on investment from the direction that you're heading. And so if you need to spend thousands more, tens of thousands, hundreds of $1,000s more, developing different discrete levels, 75 milligram, 125 milligram, and figuring out, where is the point of diminishing returns? When does it not, continue to be advantageous? When do the effects of maybe side effects, offset the benefits or the advantages that you're getting? There's a lot of more testing that needs to be done here. Maybe it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, or maybe it's millions of dollars, but this magnitude tells you that you're going to get that return on investment and it's well worthwhile. If you had have done this test and that F statistic was very close to the F critical value, like say I ended up with an F statistic of like 4.0, okay? Well, what that's telling me is, yeah, I can reject the null hypothesis, but only narrowly so. And if I'm going to rerun this test, it's not because I'm all excited about this result. It's because I want to see if I'm going to stay this close to the range. If I'm staying this close to the range, then what that's telling me is maybe there's something wrong with my formulation, okay? Because I'm not getting enough of a difference. Even if I can declare victory by just barely crossing that line, I have too much susceptibility to a type 1, type 2 error. Does that make sense? Yes? 10-4. All right. All right. And hopefully you understand why I kind of drug you through the mud here, going into the manual calculations of this ANOVA, because there's a very important background piece that, if we're just pushing the button, we're not really fully appreciating, all the data that's being output. I don't want to just be making decisions just off of the p-value and just running away from it without understanding some of the other elements of the data output, such as the F value, the F statistic, the F critical value, and the relative difference between those. By and large, we're gonna hit the button, we're gonna look at p-values, and we're gonna make that call. But we want to be able to look at other output values from the software as well, and understand how that can help inform us in decision making as well. All right, and that brings us to break time. Okay, so I'm opening the floor for questions that you have before we go on break. When we come back from break, we'll be continuing into other types of hypothesis tests. We'll go into a chi-square test. And we'll look a little bit closer at the F distribution, but I think that manual walk through ANOVA really helps you to understand the F distribution pretty well. All right, floor is open. All right, let's go ahead and go ahead and return at 25 after. 25 after. Okay, Trinice, let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, can somebody verbalize if you can hear me? Go ahead and speak up.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, my intent as you're coming back in, my intent is to just keep going through several different types of tests. These are going in line with the content that is in your study guide. I just want to go test to test for a little bit of time efficiency, because I want to push through these different types of tests, and while we're using different types of tests for different situations in the most efficient manner. So we can get through the analyze within about an hour and a half, and then I can provide you with a video that sets you up for being ready for tomorrow, and we can leave today at about 4 o'clock with the understanding that you're going to have about 30 minutes worth of video to watch. Does that sound fair? Good? Yes? Okay. And my intent is to get you out of here early enough to where you know, Friday we should be able to go fishing, right? Let's see, was it Jerry that likes to fish? Who's my fisherman? Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Okay. Yes.
Robert.
That's what, yes, go ahead.
Real quick, if you don't mind, I don't recall on the first day, do we take our test Friday? How does it, I know I asked you a lot of questions about
No,
this.
that's fine. Listen.
Tomorrow we complete the complete our class at our regular time at 4, and then we take our, are you going to explain to us how to?
My intent is to be finished well before 4, so Jerry can go fishing, because you know I'd like to get Jerry on the fishing bank. Okay, and so my intent is, you know, I don't want to overcommit right now as we get into the improve and control phase. Some of it's going to be based off of your feedback, but you know, expect no later than 3 o'clock. And if I can do better than that, at 3 o'clock Central Time, excuse me. Yeah, don't tell my boss. Well, don't worry. You can tell your boss that you have a lot of responsibility for independent study and taking your test. Whether you do it this weekend, or whether you do it next week, or whether you do it Friday afternoon, evening, you know, that's all up to you and what you feel your individual readiness is. What I would like for you to be able to do is get through all of the quizzes in the book first. And after you've completed the quizzes, then, you know, go into the test. Is that a fair answer?
Will you be sending us some sort of link or something? I guess you're going to be.
Yes, it's by link. It'll be on. Okay. You'll be taking the test on a Google Drive, and it's going to instantly score you. And some of the questions that'll give you a feedback response, you know, whether you get it correct or whether you get it wrong, you know, to give you some feedback. Some of the questions that'll just let you know, hey, try again. Okay. And you can attempt the test, you know, a second time relatively easily. If you have to take the test more than 2 times, I would like to have a one-on-one discussion, kind of look at some areas that you may need some additional support in, and we'll figure that out. But by and large, my expectation is every one of you are going to get through the test and not have to take it, definitely not have to take it more than twice, and the majority of you will only have to take it 1 time.
Great, thank you, Robert.
Good. All right. And you know, let me put a little topper on that conversation. To me, the test is your real world project. Okay, what can you do in the real world to advantage the world around you? And so I set you up with that template. I'm still going to provide you the link to that. It's going to have tollgate reviews for define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. The stuff that is in those tollgate reviews are the very same things that we're talking about right now, but it's a reminder, and it kind of gives you that sequence flow. Hey, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do the other thing. And the content in those templates are what I would call the minimum essential ingredients. And so when people say, oh, well, you know, what do you mean minimum essential ingredient? If you've had the opportunity to bake a cake in the past, you know, maybe you've baked several different types of cake. Maybe you made a German chocolate cake, a pineapple upside down cake, an angel food cake. You know, a variety of different types of cake means that you have different types of ingredients and certain things that you flavor to taste. But there's minimum essential ingredients that makes a cake a cake. For example, you have to have flour, or you have to have some type of substitute for flour. If you try to mix all the ingredients for a cake and you leave out flour and you put it in the oven for 55 minutes, what are you going to have? Are you going to have a cake? Gross. No, it's gonna. Oh, who said a hot mess? Trinice, you're absolutely correct. That's exactly how I characterize it. You're just gonna have a hot mess. Okay. Same thing for your performance improvement projects. You know, you're just gonna have a hot mess if you don't have these minimum essential ingredients. Now, notice I said you need flour or something to adequately substitute for it. There are certain tools in your templates that you can substitute, like with the fishbone diagram. You don't have to do a fishbone diagram. You can do the cause mapping, okay? And you can substitute that. Does that make sense? And especially with all the formats for communication plans and stuff like that, there's just notional templates in there. You know, build a communication strategy. That's the whole point. Build a communication strategy and document how you're going to communicate with the major touch points that are going to be affected and have a voice in this project space. Now, what template you use for that, that's entirely up to you. You have to do some type of risk analysis, okay? You don't have to use the risk cube that I give you, but you know, you have to do risk analysis. So hopefully that all makes sense to you. But that, to me, that's your test. It's the real world project work, and you're going to do it as a team. And so I have confidence if you follow that template and you work together as a team, you're going to be successful. Okay. And if you're not initially successful, but you keep plugging away as a team, you will be successful because it's all about the mental attitude, right? Right, Jorge? Absolutely. All right. So let's talk about this chi-square. And when we're talking about chi-square, what we're talking about is a test for independence. Okay, and so my null hypothesis would assert that that whatever these categorical data elements are that we're going to compare, that they're independent from each other. I'm going to create a research or an alternative hypothesis where I believe that that they're not independent. Well, what does that mean? It means that I believe that they come from the same population and that they behave in a similar way. And so we'll start this analysis out. There's 3 different hypothesis tests that we're going to run real quick, and hopefully you'll get the idea or the concept of what we're talking about here. So this first one, we're going to conduct a survey to see if men and women are thinking similarly on a particular topic, and so the first response is that they agree, and then you get these responses that they're neutral, and you get these responses that they disagree. Now, the first thing that you might notice is that there's difference in the numbers, the tabular information here, and maybe there's even differences in the total amount of people that you're bringing into this survey, and that's okay because chi-square can handle some differences in these totals. The way that I would like it to be structured is kind of proportional against the population that we have. And so if you have a certain percentage of men and a certain percentage of women, if we're going to conduct a survey and I want it to be representative of that population, I would like to closely approximate what those percentages are between men and women on the survey versus the population that I'm going to make an inference towards. But like I say, you can see that there's differences in the numbers, just like on the second test. We're going to skip this test and we'll do this one second. On the second test, we're looking at Las Vegas dice, 6-sided dice. And if I roll the dice 120 times, I should have an expectation of each number showing 20 times. But this was the result of the numbers that actually got rolled. And so what I need to know is the difference that I'm seeing, is it random chance? Is it common cause variation? Or is there a special cause variation that's involved here? Do we have rigged dice? If anybody saw Ocean's 13, in the gaming industry, things like rigged dice are a real thing, and it's of great concern to the gaming industry. And so, do we have rigged dice? Well, that's what we want to evaluate this with a chi-square analysis and determine if this is within an acceptable range of variation. And in this third test that we're going to do is the one here in the middle. We're going to look at 3 different species of birds, heron, egret, and osprey, and we're going to figure out, do they seem to be partial to different types of environments like vegetation, shoreline, water, and structures. Not just if there's a numeric difference, but is the numeric difference of statistical relevance. And so this is a easy to conduct test when you're just pushing a button. Realistically, if we was doing this manually, it would be much the same way as where we was deriving an F calculation as far as what's happening truly in the background. But the way that we manually solve this is really we just set up a contingency table. And if you don't have recollection of setting up contingency tables and subtotaling rows and columns and having a grand total and doing some plus minus divide and multiply, that's fine. In the earlier videos where I told you, there's 3 videos for having to do with probability analysis, and the second video in that has setting up a contingency table and doing the manual math. I'm not going to show you the manual math for this. We're just going to show pushing the buttons and interpreting the results.
The Six Sigma statistical tests are using variable data. Sometimes we want to compare attribute data, and we might like to know if men their thinking is independent of women on a particular subject. And we have a question, do they agree? Are they neutral? Do they disagree? And we can take that data and select it and click on the ANOVA tools and use a chi-squared analysis. And chi-square will go out and basically the null hypothesis is that these variables are independent, and then it'll go calculate that at a level, and you can see here our p-value is 0.0003. Which
Okay, is the P low? Compared to the alpha value there of 0.05, the P is low, so HO must go, right? And the null hypothesis is that these are independent. Chi-square test for independence, all right? And so the P is low, so that means that the variables are related. And what is that telling you? It tells you even though you see differences in the numbers here, men and women are thinking similarly on these topics. That's it.
Which is far less than 0.05. And so we can reject the null hypothesis that men and women are independent in their thinking here, that it's related. Okay, so even though it looks kind of out of whack from a statistical standpoint, men and women are thinking similarly on these topics. And so that's how we go about doing this kind of analysis. So if we think our Las Vegas dice are skewed or something or other, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we expect them to get an equal number, right? Of every time you throw this, you ought to get 20 out of 120 trials. Well, if we have observed values here, we could take that data, do a chi-square on that on a particular die, and yeah, even though they're a little bit wacky here, you can see that from a statistical standpoint, they are giving us an approximately the results we're looking for, right? So these two things are related. Now,
okay, that means that the results are coming from the same population, and we don't suspect that there's any special cause variation going on here, aka meaning that there is no rigged dice here. Now we're looking at values like 5 and 30 here, and that seems quite extreme. One reason why this is allowing some of those extreme differences is this analysis is really driven by the number of rows and columns. That establishes what that degrees of freedom are. And if you think back to when we was looking at that F distribution, remember F distribution is just the ratio of two chi-square distributions. So the underlying distribution behind this isn't expected to be normal distribution. It's expected to look kind of like that F curve. Okay, this is what a chi distribution would look like, just like an F curve. And so the more numbers of rows and columns, just like what you was looking on an F table, you would look at a chi table, and guess what? The more rows and columns, the further out it's going to push that critical value that you're going to be making a determination on. Okay, and so what that means is it's going to accept more variation in here and still consider it to be common cause until it gets to that critical level and it exceeds it. And right now, it's not even close. This example isn't as extreme as the previous one, but that's still a good indication at 0.004. Okay, we're well beneath the 0.05. You remember my drawing totals here.
Now, if they were independent, then I'd start to worry, but because that probably would tell us that our dice are out of whack. So these are some of the things we can start to analyze. And here's some data. We have herons, egrets, and ospreys seen on vegetation, shoreline, water, on structures. We could take that and do a chi-square analysis and say, well, really, where these things show up is independent of.
Okay, is the P low? No, absolutely not. The P is high. If the P is high, keep the guy. And so what is that telling you? You're supporting the null hypothesis here. And we're saying that there is independence between Aaron, egret, and osprey. And so I may not know where that tipping point is for the majority of that independence. And so maybe I need to do a post hoc. You know, if I want to know if egret and osprey were truly, you know, independent in their habitat preferences, it looks like, you know, if I isolated this down and just tested these two, I would probably end up finding, you know, the chi-square results would be that that they are, you know, related. But, you know, when I include the Aaron in this collection, that's visually what I see, but I don't know that until I ran the numbers, okay? But visually what I can see is, yeah, these two, you know, kind of have a lot of overlap, and maybe they're not independent, but it's these Aaron that are throwing things off whack. All right. So, so that's as simple as it can get for any type of hypothesis test, is where we're just pushing some buttons. But again, like I say, it's nice to know some of what's going on behind the scenes. Now, this will be another video that you can kind
Another
of
kind of chi-square test is.
I'm not going to have you manually work through this right now, but you're more than welcome to put this to the side and reference it independently. Okay, now the next in your book isn't really a hypothesis test, but it is a study, and it's a study of relevance, and it does have test questions on it. So we're going to go ahead and cover a multivariate study. Sometimes you just hear this as multivariate chart. But this video is titled multivariate study. And when I'm doing a multivariate chart or a multivariate study, we can get a lot of really good information about groups of data and how they're performing against each other, you know, in both the short term and the long term. And where we get to basically some testable definitions, I'll make sure that we point that out.
A multivariate study is often requested to discover why certain problems.
Are you able to hear that well? Okay, good. And like Lane, Ohio, Kennesaw State University, they have a lot of good video tutorials like what you're about to watch here. And there's a couple other universities that put all this out there, you know, as freeware. You don't have to be enrolled in a course or anything like that, you know. So so follow up on some of these links when you want to dig deeper, and it's pretty helpful, I believe.
Exists, leaving many scratching their heads. The multivariable or the multivariate study is a tool used to capture process variations. Process variations can occur in different ways. As a green belt, we want to find ways to capture and analyze these variations. Also, as green belts, we want to remedy the situation once understood. We then use this tool or chart to help illustrate these variations. There are three types of variations.
Okay, and these are three types of variations that I want you to kind of take note of: cyclical, positional, and temporal. But I'm going to change the way that I'm sharing my screen here, because I think I'm on the wrong type of screen shares. Let me share by app.
cyclical, positional, and temporal. These three types of variations can be captured at the same time. This helps to minimize variation by identifying the specific cause for the variation. Cyclical variation is the variation due to part or perhaps batch to batch.
Okay, so you want to pick up on that. Cyclical, part to part, or batch to batch.
Cyclical variation is any variation between the pieces or batches within your sample group size. Positional variations are variations that occur within the part or within a batch. Typically, multiple measurements are taken for each part. Temporal variations are variations that occur over a certain time period. For instance, over one shift, 1 week, etc. Temporal variation is any variation along a timeline between sample groups or batches. The procedure for a multivariate study is as follows. Number 1, select the process and characteristics you wish to investigate. Number 2, select a sample size, for example, 3 to 5 parts, and a time frequency, such as every hour or up until the end of the shift. Number 3, create a tabulation table to write down the measurements. And 4, record the time and values for each sample set in the table. 5, plot a graph with time along the horizontal scale and the measured values on the vertical scale. Number 6, connect the observed values with lines. 7, observe and analyze the chart for variation within the sample, sample to sample, and over time. Number 8, conduct additional studies to concentrate on the areas of apparent maximum variation. Number 9, make process improvements and repeat this study to confirm your results. Suppose we have a machined part that is not meeting quality specifications. After the machining process, the thickness of the part is not consistent. Everyone has an idea about the cause, but in reality, nobody knows for sure. We initiate a multivariate study. We selected a sample size of 5 machined parts over a time frequency of every hour for 3 hours. For internal measurements, we located 3 exact spots to measure on the part. Let's call those locations A, B, and C. We created a table and filled the chart with our part measurements. Here you see parts 1 through 5 and its locations on the part as A, B, and C. The numbers on the table will not tell us very much. However, if we plot the points along an XY axis, we can see astonishing patterns emerge. You see where the positional variation occurs within the part, as marked here. Also, where cyclical variation occurs within the sample set, also marked, and the temporal variation over time between the sample sets, also marked. We then add the green vertical lines to show within part positional and cyclical variations, and the red dotted lines to show part-to-part temporal variation. We can see the first major issue to address is the temporal part-to-part variability. Every study is different, but a proper investigation could conclude, for example, that the material vendor could be the problem. Change the material, then repeat the multivariate study. Compare the results. If a lesser temporal variability is realized by changing out the material, other variability issues can then be addressed. Continue the study by addressing tool wear, machine wear, or other possibilities until eventually there is no discernible variation pattern to address. Ideally, you want to achieve something similar to this graph.
All right, and again, we expect some levels of variation, but Six Sigma is a war on variation, and so this is just another tool and type of an approach that we can use. Now, let me check your book right fast and see which is the next that comes into play. secondary chart. Okay, yeah, I gotta pull up an example of regression using software. You saw the multiple regression. I'm gonna do another example of regression using software. Hold on just a second.
In Six Sigma, sometimes we want to find out if one thing is causing another. So we're going to find out if there's some correlation between one thing and another. And in this case, we want to look at an example. And you can do this any way you want. Often this is called the X's and Y's. And so our X is cutting speed, and does it affect tool life in minutes? And so what we want to do is select that data. And we could actually take that and draw a scatter plot. And that's going to start to show us that it looks like there's a linkage here. And there's an R squared that says it's greater than 0.8. So that looks like there's probably something going on there. Now we could come back to our data, click on the QI macros, and actually go down and do regression analysis. Now you can do single aggression or you can do multiple regression. And so here's our result. And essentially what it's saying here is it's comparing these two and seeing if they fit. So R squared values greater than 0.8, so it's a good fit between cutting speed and tool life. And the adjusted R square is 0.8, so that's still a goodness of fit. And our p-value here in the regression analysis, essentially, normally, the null hypothesis is that there's no connection. And so in this case, we can definitely reject that and say, yes, there is a connection, correlation between these two things. So that's going to tell us that, yes, tool life in minutes is affected by cutting speed. Now we could do the same sort of thing, only with multiple X's. So here's green strength in pounds and hydraulic pressure in pounds, and how it affects acid concentration as a percent of normal rate. So this is really our Y value here, and we have two X's. So we can take that data and take that and run it against the regression analysis. It'll take, and it'll ask you, are the Y values in the first or the last column? Because sometimes they're in one column or the other. And go ahead and do our analysis. And our p-value here, there's really not a good fit, okay? So these two things aren't really affecting acid concentration. So we'd reject we'd accept the fact that there's no real correlation between the green strength, hydraulic pressure, and the acid concentration.
Okay, and so does that look like it would be hard to do if you have the right software? To go from single regression to multiple regression and just kind of test ideas out and see, you know, if it fits or not. Does that look pretty easy? Jerry, what you're saying is it doesn't look hard, right? Yeah, just pressing buttons. It looks easy. And it is easy if you have the right software. Now, if you don't know which buttons to push, that's just a matter of a little bit of practice, okay? And so, you know, don't be afraid to grab up some of the data in your real world and start, you know, practicing and experimenting with it. Now, where it gets complicated is when we get into, you know, this manual math that's associated with it. And I say complicated, it gets very busy, all right? But I told you before, you know, I'll share this video link with you. This is another one that I want you to put off to the side. This is a part of your opportunity to kind of get back on this horse if it's been a while since you've been riding it. I like this particular video because, as you can see here, we're going to cover manual calculations for linear regression equations, so we can derive the equation, so we can use that for predictive modeling, basic understanding of tests, calculating for the degrees of freedom, correlation, goodness of fit, R-squared value, going to manually calculate for the F-test and the error coefficients and the T-test and the confidence interval, and all that packed into just a 25-minute video. Now that 25-minute video may take you an hour to watch, may take you an hour and a half to watch, because you may want to try and follow along, and you may want to take your time with it, okay? So I'm going to give this to you, and I'm going to drop this in the window. And again, I bring up that first video because I want you to look and see, hey, you have the tools in your world, in your environment right now, where this is just an easy day. It's a push of a button, and we're going to let the p-value, or we're going to let the other critical values in the output, tell us, which direction we turn, left or right. What's the output, what's the outcome. But eventually, slowly, as time passes, start building more and more in the competency to do this in a manual way. Not that I want you doing real world problem solving that way, but just so so you really truly understand what's going on and what those outputs are telling you, and what the full story is with those outputs. So hopefully that makes sense to you. So I like to show you both of those side by side, so you get the idea that I think I already shared that link with you. You get the idea that right now there's things where we're just going to push the easy button and it's going to tell us the answer, just like with these sample size calculators and things of that nature. We're just going to put the information in and it's going to do the math for us. But eventually we want to grab the math and we want to just walk through a formula with that math. Don't overpress yourself with that though. Don't worry about knowing instantly what these 10,000 different hypothesis tests are. This is this one little decision tree. It's just a little decision tree. This is going to take care of the majority of hypothesis tests that you're going to be doing. Okay. Now there's more elaborate decision trees, and again, this is just a opening door, to the expansion, that we can get involved with. There can be a lot more hypothesis tests than this. All right, but this little set of hypothesis tests, which we've already discussed, is going to take care of the overwhelming majority of different types of hypothesis tests that you need for parametric data. Now, for our non-parametric, there's a little bit of extra discussion that we need to have, and we'll look at a couple of examples of non-parametric. But this difference between parametric and non-parametric is parametric is going to assume a reasonably normal distribution. It doesn't have to be a perfect normal distribution, but a reasonable normal distribution. And so how do we know if it's normal enough? Well, we can test for normality, test and run a hypothesis test in the software, just say, hey, is this data normal enough? Well, if it's not normal enough, then what we need to do is we need to do that non-parametric testing. And I'm going to give you a good idea of why that is. So it comes back to an image that we looked at previously. Hold on just a second. I keep getting something that's blocking me every time I'm going to my Google Drive here. And so I don't know what that's about right now, but I'll have to resolve it later. So it all comes back to the same story that we've been talking about. As I lose normality, the more that I lose this nice normal curve, and the more that I get skewed or assume some other type of position, my mean is no longer a good and reliable indicator of what that central tendency is. And so what I need to do is I need to start taking advantage of the median as opposed to the mean. And your non-parametric tests are using the median as opposed to the mean in the majority of non-parametric tests that you're going to do. Okay, and so up here with like a t-test and all that, you know, we're basing all that off of means, and down here with non-parametric equivalences, we're going to be basing that off of median. And same thing with like the ANOVA, you know, the one-way analysis of variation, not just the t-test, but if I have 3, 4, or 5 data sets instead of just the 2, then I would use the Kruskal-Wallis or the Moods median. Basically, we're going to get the same type of answers. You know, if I got one-way repeated measures like the pharmaceutical test that we did, 0 milligrams, 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams, if that was towards the same populations, repeated tests that way, we would do this Friedman's test, okay? And so for every type of parametric test, there is a corresponding non-parametric test for the things that we've discussed today. And the things that we discussed today are already taking care of the majority of types of hypothesis tests that you're going to need to do. And if you do run into a situation where you have non-normal data, non-parametric data, then this is what we're using for substitution. And just think the biggest driver, the biggest difference is relying on the mean for analysis versus relying on the median for analysis. And with non-parametric test, you know, with a parametric test, I'm relying on a specific type of distribution to be in the background, whether it's chi-square distribution, whether it's normal distribution, or what have you. With like the chi-square, because the chi-square really is, I didn't stress this enough earlier, a chi distribution, you know, that ski slope looking distribution, okay, that's an underlying distribution in the majority of tests that we're doing, because it's an underlying distribution of the ANOVA, it's an underlying distribution of the F-test, which is a component of the ANOVA, but the F-test is embedded in the background of so many other tests. And so the same thing with you know, chi-square. And so chi distribution really kind of finds its way into a variety of other or different tests, even though we're not calling it a chi test. It's the type of distribution that we have. Again, it kind of looks like that ski slope. So your parametric tests are just relying that there is a specific distribution, whether it's a normal distribution or even if the background is more like that ski slope that you get with the chi distribution. But when I don't want to rely on a particular distribution being in the background, or when I can no longer trust my mean values and I need to use my median values, that's when we go to these non-parametric alternatives. And I already told you with correlation test, if it's parametric, if we believe that it's reasonably, or if we test that it's reasonably normal data that we're testing, we use the Pearson. Otherwise, we're going to use the Spearman for the non-parametric. All right, so now we have the opportunity to look at a couple of these non-parametric tests. And so let me find one that we're going to put on. I want to find the video because, okay, here we go. All right, so we already covered, you know, F-test, F distributions. We already know that that this F curve is a ratio value of two chi curves, and so that's important to know. I think we've already covered. Well, let me check and make sure if we've covered this test. It's a very quick video here.
If you work in a team, you should be.
In Six Sigma.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't cover this one yet. All right, so this is a very quick video. It's just looking at an F test in isolation. We're not doing like we're not going in like we're studying, you know, full ANOVA. We're just gonna generate an F test.
Things we want to do is reduce variability, because variability leads to increased costs, which leads to problems down the line. And so what we want to do is use some tools to assist us in that. If you have two samples of normal data here, so we see group 1 and group 2, and you can use what's called an F test to do the analysis. So here's our data. And again, you can see here we've got group 1 and group 2. If you select that data with your mouse, and you don't have to have an equal number, so maybe this is recipe 1, recipe 2. We can click on the QI macros, choose under our ANOVA tools, you can choose F test, 2 samples for variance. And that'll go off and it'll prompt you for a level of significance. 0.05 is pretty standard. And then it'll go do the analysis. And it'll give you a p-value for one-tailed and two-tailed distribution. And if you compare that to our 0.05's level of significance, you can see these are both greater than that. And so we can't reject the null hypothesis. We have to accept that, yes, indeed, these two variances, even though they look different, are essentially the same from a statistical point of view.
Okay, but on this one tail, you know, I would have concern. And so if my study really was a one tail study, like, you know, is this group 1, you know, from a point of interest statistically significantly different from this group 2, you know, from a point of interest. Now, because I'm comparing this group 1 to this group 2, I probably am doing a two tail. It's not a one tail. But if this was my only result and I was just doing a one tail for a greater than or less than from a particular point of interest, then I would be concerned about that p-value. But if I'm just comparing the group as a whole and considering everything that could be greater than or less than, then yeah, definitely significantly more than a 0.05 under the two tail.
And so it makes it very quick to go out and do the analysis and determine, do we have a significant difference in variability or not? And so the F test is very easy to use, and you can download a 30-day trial of the QI macros from qimacros.com.
All right. Again, simple evaluations. Now, what's really happening behind the scenes with F statistics, just like everything that we covered before, we're going to identify what the critical value is by looking at the F chart, and that's going to be driven off the degrees of freedom. And then once we know what that critical value is, everything less than that supports the null hypothesis, everything greater than that supports the alternative or research hypothesis. And the beautiful thing is, just like when we was doing the ANOVA test, all that happens in the background for you when you're using the software. And so all you got to be doing is making sure that you're paying attention to what is saying the F critical value is, what is the F statistic from the data that you process, and is it a sufficient enough gap between the F statistic and the F critical to feel like, you know, you're not anywhere near this decision line. If you're near this decision line, go collect more data and run the test again. If you're still near this decision line, then you don't just claim victory and reject the null hypothesis because you just barely, you know, got past that that F critical value. You go look for some other way to control that process other than what you're looking at. Maybe it's going to have to be something in combination. And so that's going to get us into some of our discussion that we have for tomorrow. On the improved side, F interpretations, again, this is your this is the type of table that you're going to use. Same thing that you saw in the video, degrees of freedom, find your F critical value. covered that. And let's see. This one we've already seen because we already manually calculated for the variance, and we're not going to do it in Excel native. If you're only using Excel native and you want to go through that exercise, you can come back and observe this. I'm going to strongly recommend that if you're only using Excel native and you're putting the formulas in manually yourself, get some software package. Is anybody in a situation to where you're forced? I know last week I had a different class. Last week I had a different class, and I had a guy that just loved Excel native, and he loved putting his own formulas into Excel. Do I have somebody that just loves to do that? Put your own formulas into Excel? Not use software? Okay, out of this audience, is there anybody that is kind of forced into that to where you only have Excel native? You don't have a data pack on Excel, and you don't have access to any type of macros on Excel or data packs on Excel or any other type of sophisticated software? Okay, Jorge, you're saying that you only have Excel? Who
Yes,
else is like?
yes, I even checked for that part. Yes, and I even checked for that part that you say it's the data review or something. I don't even have available on Excel. Yes, the data pack, I don't have it available on Excel.
Okay, this is a challenge that you're going to have to overcome, Jorge. And first, let's get your work computer fixed. Okay, and you should be able to work with your IT department, and you should be able to work with people that are on this team right now to help influence that IT department to get you set up better. Because I know that the capability is within your organization to get that onto your work computer. Now, for your personal computer, investigate the Microsoft add-on. It's a free add-on data pack, okay? Because Microsoft knew that they were falling way behind what's out there and available, and so they gave you a free data pack. That's a start, and then you can go to places like QI Macros, download their free trial, start playing with those utilities, and if you like it, a couple of $100, it's on your personal computer and you can have it for years and years. If you don't like it, just stay on that investigation path. All right, I'm not going to take you into the video for the Mann-Whitney. Hold on, because as soon as we open up the video for Mann-Whitney U-test, you're going to hear him say, this is a test that you're rarely going to use. Okay, so I don't want to slow down our progression right now with tests that you are rarely going to use. I will take you into the moods median. I just said that you're rarely going to use it. You're not going to use the moods median that often either, but it functions very similar to a lot of these non-parametric tests. And you'll see what I'm talking about when we're isolating out the median as opposed to the mean for making determinations.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video today on Moods median test. Here we will look at the different aspects of the test and then...
Are you able to hear that well enough? Okay, good.
Basic sample output on Minitab. So, Moods median is actually a special case of Pearson's chi-squared test. It tests whether the medians of two or more groups differ, and also calculates a range of values that is likely to include the difference between population medians. In this test, different data groups have similarly shaped distributions, and data in each sample are assigned to two groups. One consisting of data whose values are higher than the combined median of the two groups, and the other consisting of data whose values are at the median or below. Assumptions of a Moods median test are that data has only one categorical factor, we have a continuous response variable, sample data is not mandatorily normally distributed, process is better represented by median, or sample size is less than 20 observations, and yes, sample sizes can be unequal too. Null hypothesis for a Moods median test is that the population medians are all equal, and alternative hypothesis is that the medians are not all equal. Test statistic for this type of test is a chi-square statistic, where we look for the observed and expected frequencies. AM and BM here indicate above median and below median. Rejection criteria is based on a critical value. We reject the null hypothesis if test statistic is greater than the critical value at a specific level of significance alpha and k-1 degrees of freedom. The steps to do a Moods median test are straightforward. However, it looks a little messy here on my slide. I'm really sorry about it. I just wanted to make sure that I give you a one view snapshot of Moods median test and you don't have to flip slides. Well, the steps start with the basics, that is stating the null and the alternative hypothesis and collecting a random sample for each of the populations. We then calculate the overall median. Next two steps are very important. We construct a table using the observed values with two columns, one showing the number of readings above the overall median and the other showing the number of readings below the overall median for each category. Then we construct a similar table using expected values and sample median instead of overall median. After making these two tables, we calculate the test statistic, state the alpha value, and compute a critical value from the tables. Finally, we state the test conclusion. A super important point to remember here is that if the distributions of the groups do not include outliers, we use Kruskal-Wallis test. And if we have a randomized block design, we use a Friedman test. Now let's quickly look at a sample Minitab output for this test. We would click on Stat, Non-Parametrics, Moods Median Test. Then we will fill the response and factor boxes. And finally, here is a Minitab summary output. We are concerned with the p-value here. If p-value is less than or equal to alpha, the medians are different, and we can reject the null hypothesis that they are the same. Next two steps are very important.
Oh, okay. You were saying that you couldn't hear me. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, good deal. But you heard the video, right, Jorge? Yes, okay. It's just me. All right, and so, you know, there's nothing new under the sun here, really. You know, if we're using the software, we're pushing the buttons and we're coming back to that determination based off the p-value. If the p is low, HO must go. All right, so your software doesn't really care, you know, if you're asking it to do a Moods median, a Friedman, or what have you. You know, we're going to keep running into the same situation. If the P is low, HO must go. And so you'll see the same thing when we look at the Wilcoxon test here. All right, and so you say, but Bob, I don't know when I'm going to use a Moods median or when I'm going to use a Wilcoxon. Well, we're telling you, what it's equivalent to here, but instead of just going to each individual slide, that's where you go back up to the parametric and non-parametric equivalency decision tree, and you just start getting more and more used to that. Now, if you do get QI macros, one thing that you're going to absolutely love as you start playing around with it is there is a stat wizard that if you really don't know what to do, what type of hypothesis test or whatever you need to do, grab all of your data, including all of your labels, select stat wizard, and it will sit and it will spit out every type of hypothesis test that would be rational and reasonable based off of the information that is presented. Minitab isn't going to do that for you. Most of your high-end software isn't going to do that for you. And what you do is you kind of filter through that and say, okay, it gave me this test. Well, I don't know what this test is. Maybe it gave you a one sample Wilcoxon test. You say, I don't know what that is. Well, that's where you go back and you refresh yourself on what is a Wilcoxon test. So we'll look at that real quick.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video on one sample Wilcoxon test. Today we will look at the details of the one sample Wilcoxon test and how it is done on Minitab. One sample Wilcoxon test is used to estimate the median of a population. It compares the median to a target or reference value and calculates a range of values that is likely to include the population median. This is a non-parametric alternative of the one sample t-test. We use this test when x or the independent variable is discrete and y or the dependent variable is continuous. Assumptions for this test are that data is from a symmetric population. It does not need to be normally distributed. Sample data is selected randomly and observations should be independent from each other. Null hypothesis for a one sample Wilcoxon test is eta is equal to eta 0, and alternative hypothesis could be either.
Okay, and you're picking up that that's not an N, it's called eta, and that's actually a Greek symbol, and it's very unfortunate because it just looks like a lowercase n. And how many of you can find the symbol eta on your keyboard? You're probably not going to find it there, right? Now you can go into your superscripts and you may be able to find it, but it's not a very convenient character, unfortunately. It is kind of hard to find, even if you have a catalog of superscripts. So sometimes we just spell out eta, okay, as opposed to trying to, or we put the lowercase in there and then we put in parentheses eta, just so you don't get it confused with just a number and a data set.
Not equal to, greater than, or less than, depending on whether it is a two-tailed or one-tailed test. This Greek symbol is called eta. Eta here is the population median, and eta 0 is the hypothesized median. It is very important to note here that if assumption of symmetry fails, we use one sample sign test. Test statistic for a one sample Wilcoxon test is equal to the number of pairwise averages or Walsh averages that are greater than the hypothesized median plus half of the number of paired averages that are equal to the hypothesized median. Let me tell you here what a Walsh average is, or a pairwise average is. So these are the means of each possible pair of values in your data set, including the pair of each value with itself. For example, we have two data points in our data set, 1 and 3. So this data set can have three pairs, 1 paired with itself, 3 paired with itself, and 1 paired with 3. and each pair would have an average. So the pair-wise averages are the means of these pairs, and this data set can have 3 pair-wise averages, 1, 2, and 3. I hope you got this point here. Well, so moving on to the rejection criteria. So this is basis the comparison between the test statistic and the critical value that is calculated from statistical table using the significance level alpha and the number of observations. If test statistic is greater than the critical value, then we reject the null hypothesis. Here are the steps to conduct a one-sample Wilcoxon test. We will not go into the details of these steps because we are familiar with them from our previous videos on hypothesis testing. So let's just see that yes, we have the steps here and this is what we need to follow. So let me bring up a very common scenario here from our professional lives. Say, for example, we wish to compare the overall satisfaction of customer type 1 against a specified benchmark satisfaction of 5. In such cases, we can use our non-parametric, distribution-free one-sample Wilcoxon test. See, it seems like anything that we want to test, statistics has an answer to it. That's amazing. Well, now let's quickly see how we conduct a one-sample Wilcoxon test on Minitab. We click on Stat, Non-Parametrics and One-Sample Wilcoxon. We then enter the difference score in variables box. We keep the test median at 0 and alternative hypothesis at not equal to. Minitab normally does the test at 95% level of confidence. If we wish to change this percentage, we can change it here in the confidence interval level box. Now, here is the sample Minitab output, the descriptive statistics. We are primarily concerned with the p-value here. So if p-value is less than the significance level, we would reject the null hypothesis, which would mean that there is a statistically significant difference between the median and the reference value. Well, with this we conclude our discussion on one-sample Wilcoxon test today. Thank you very much for your time, and please do get in touch with me.
All right. And so again, the story kind of remains the same. It doesn't matter which of these hypothesis tests that you're going to do. Let the p-value guide you when you're getting a F statistic value, in your output. Then that's really good, for guiding and understanding where you're at with these outputs as well. But really, it's going to come down to maintaining that mantra. If the p is low, HO must go. And I want you to be curious, and I want you to dig in and get more and more comfortable with knowing the manual operations and why things are happening. But realistically, when you get started on this journey, work not just by yourself, work with a couple of team members. Now, you may want to play with the numbers by yourself in the background somewhere so you have some level of confidence, but when you want to do the real work for real world data challenges, get a couple of team members together, work through this stuff, be patient with yourself, and grow in your understanding across time. But the one thing that I want to remind you, analyze phase isn't just about these hypothesis tests. It's not just about statistics. We come all the way back here and, where we're talking about root cause analysis and where we're talking about cause mapping, these are fundamental tools, where you need to go investigate and you need to use a method, to kind of do the root cause analysis. But I'm even having trouble getting all the way back to the beginning of this section because there's so much, just statistics, but it's not all about the statistics. Get back to where you're getting into brainstorming with your team members and using the cause mapping, using the brainstorming of the 5 whys analysis, but don't stop with 5 whys. Go to the 5 hows. And you know, when we was talking about the 6 thinking hats before, in the define and measure phases, where we're talking about using 6 thinking hats, you know, definitely when you get into analyze and as we proceed into improve, you know, get those 6 thinking hats out, you know, and make sure that we're looking at things from different angles and different perspectives. But if you wanted to give me a choice between all the hypothesis tests, or give me a choice between doing cause mapping with a team or all the hypothesis tests, I'll put all the hypothesis tests on the back burner, and we'll just get a team together and we'll do some really good, robust work with cause mapping. And again, maybe to start that conversation out, maybe, you know, we're going to start with fishbone diagrams so it feels comfortable, it feels friendly. It's something, you know, that people can, you know, start the conversation with. But like I say, if it's a really serious matter, we need to take the discipline and get a more sophisticated tool and go into this cause mapping. And you may have to do some data analysis for some of the stuff that you're going to develop as evidence or as solutions along the path of this cause mapping. But the structure of the cause mapping and the analysis that you're doing on the surface level doesn't require any data or statistical prowess on your part. Okay. So having said that, the floor is open for discussion on any of the phases that we've been through, actually, not just the analyze phase, but the define, measure, analyze. What questions do you have? Kim, you got any questions for me? Okay. What I want to do is I want to introduce you to a video that you're going to be watching. I don't want to just send you the link for the video. I want you to understand what we're about to go into here. When we get into the improve section, we open this section up with design of experiment. Give me a TU or a TD if you've ever used or studied design of experiment before. TU or TD? DOE, design of experiment. Okay. And Sergio, yes. And tell me about your experience with design of experiments, Sergio. Was it academic or was it real world application? And where was you?
Academic. I have a degree in physiology in biology, so it was most of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Undergrad stuff.
And it definitely fits that discipline, and would definitely fit that that degree pursuit. Do we have another TU here? Okay, and who was my NASA person? Was that Kristen? Trinice. Okay, Trinice. Obviously, design of experiment was all around you in NASA. Did you have the opportunity to get involved with any of that?
Not exactly.
Okay, but did you see the footprint of DOE in NASA?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very heavy footprint in places like NASA, in places like, you know, health sciences, you know, human sciences, and but also it can be very advantageous in different industries. it's unfortunate that ASQ and NIASSC expect the levels of engagement that they do at the Greenbelt level, because really this isn't a Greenbelt level tool. It's not a Greenbelt level discipline. It is it's black belt, master black belt domain. It can be very sophisticated. And by the way, it's not in every industry because it can become very, very, very costly to execute these type of studies. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look and find an advantage that you can have on your level, and we're going to make it very user-friendly in our discussion. This could become a very ugly discussion, but we're going to keep it very user-friendly, and we're going to give you the capacity to elevate, you know, from OFAT type of experiments, which is one factor at a time type of experiments, to where you can pull and maneuver and position multiple levers at the same time and vary multiple inputs at the same time, as opposed to doing one at a time. And basically that's what we're looking for from DOE, is to give me control of multiple inputs and vary multiple inputs at the same time to give me a desired output. Okay. The reason why this can become very expensive is because of the number of trials that are necessary in the experimental phase. Now, we're going to confine our discussions to, you know, what you would view being a couple of dozen experimental trials. But this expands out very, very rapidly, depending on the complexity of what we're working on, and whether it's linear or whether it's quadratic in response. And so we're only going to look at linear modeling as opposed to quadratic modeling. And we're going to look at, you know, lower levels of input factors to keep this on a level to where, you know, it's more digestible. But, you know, understand this can get very elaborate. And to give you an example, NASA could spend literally millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars on one DOE study. Okay, doesn't mean that every DOE study that you're going to spend that much money. Okay, but a place like a pharmaceutical company could spend millions of dollars on one DOE study. Chances are your organization isn't ready to spend millions of dollars on one study. Would that be a correct assessment? Probably a correct assessment. Yeah, okay. But you can get to the magnitude. You could use this at a particular level to where, you know, we're doing a lower level of modeling to where we only need 32 trials or even 16 trials. The example that we're going to use is with 16 trials. And don't worry, I understand I'm kind of rushing through this. The video that I'm going to present to you is going to explain all this front end material very well for you, and we're actually going to do an exercise with it tomorrow. So I want to free up enough time for that by giving you the video link right now. But now, before I give you that link, let me see what else I want to introduce you to. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to work together tomorrow and actually play with a Statapult. Okay. Give me a TU if any of you have Minitab. If you have Minitab, you can actually do this full exercise. Okay, I'm not seeing any TUs right now. But what we'll do is we'll let the video author, you know, show the mini tab interaction points, but we'll let you actually operate the Statipult. Hold on.
So fellas, ladies, has your barbecue got
Not my commercial.
Taste it, taste it, taste that tasty stuff. Baby got buns, so hot, so juicy. Baby
All
got
right.
buns.
Thank you for that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to.
Okay, he's very excited to be working with you, as you're going to be able to tell here in just a second. All right, and where I'm talking about a Statipult is this. Have any of you operated a Statipult like this before? We call it a Statipult as a play on the word of catapult. All right, I'm going to show you a couple of things that we're going to follow here as we work with that. So we go to Sigma Zone. Okay, you can go ahead and put this in a bookmark. Go and navigate to this page and bookmark it. And the reason why I'm going ahead and giving you this link for the Statipult, because as I give you the video, he's going to do not just regression analysis, he's going to do regression optimization with the use of a DOE study. And so on the front end of the video, he's just going to talk about DOE study in the first place and how you set it up and how you know how many trials you need to have and things of that nature. And then as we progress through, he's going to show how we can use software and we can use DOE modeling to not only do regression analysis, but to do regression optimization to where we can vary multiple inputs at the same time and get the exact outcome that we're looking for. And what I mean by exact outcome is within a upper control limit and lower control limit of performance. And so I'll let the video carry a lot of that information for you. We'll actually practice the Statipult tomorrow, but you can actually, after you watch the video, some of you are just going to want to go ahead and go to the Statipult and start playing with it because that's the nature of things. And I'm not going to say who I believe that somebody is, but I'm sure that we have a few people in here that are going to go play with this as you're watching the video. All right. And so one thing that I got to tell you is there's a rule set here that we have to follow. And that first rule set, if you want to follow along with the video, this part is very important. We need to set the firing angle. We need to set right here to 110 and set it and forget it. And I'm having trouble without my glasses seeing what that's saying. Hold on just a second. Okay, there we go. Firing angle. I'm sorry, I left my glasses downstairs. All right, we need to set this to 110, set it and forget it. All right, now that's not the same as the release angle. The release angle is up here. All right, but here the firing angle, it needs to be set to 110 and set it and forget it. And the reason why I'm saying that is if you start varying this input along with the other input, this is going to give you a quadratic response on the Y outcome. And what does that mean? It means that it'll be non-linear, okay? And we're not ready to account for that yet in our DOE modeling. Walk before you run before you do the marathon. There's no real crawling involved here, all right? Now, another thing that he's gonna prompt you into is to show targets. The targets that we're gonna start that go with this video is the greenbelt linear targets, okay? So go over here to the right-hand corner and select greenbelt linear targets. And then it's gonna tell you, hey, you know, why don't you shoot that thing to 250 degrees? Well, the inputs that you're allowed to mess with are everywhere where you're seeing these red dots. You can maneuver these inputs as you need to. And so if you look over in the left-hand corner, not only are you gonna see like immediately to the right here, you know, it's going to tell you I'm moving the pin elevation. I have it at 148 right now. Now it's 145, but it also tells you what it is over here on the left-hand side as well. Okay, and so that was the pin elevation. Now I can move the bungee position, okay, to wherever I need that bungee position to be. So you just grab hold of it right there and move your bungee position around. I can move my my cup rotation or my cup elevation around, but then I can just pull this back. I can say, okay, well, let me hit 250. All right. Now, I have no idea if I'm going to hit 250. You're not going to have any idea if you're going to hit 250. So what are we going to do? We're just going to try and zero in on it. But to get it to restart, you just hit fire again. This isn't good. It's not good for your organization to have to try and experiment this way. What we need to do is, and that's just because I'm so awesome right there, okay? What we need to do is we need to know exactly where we need to put these settings for not only if I want to hit 250, what if I want to hit 260? What if I want to hit 270? What if I want to hit 280? And what if I only want to fire one time for no matter where I want to hit within the operating range? And in order to know what that is, I have to have a sufficient predictive model. So we're not just going to use regression analysis, we're going to use regression optimization, and we're going to use the power really of, you know, what this DOE tool is on kind of the lower levels, but we're going to use the power of what this DOE is, so we can figure out where we need these different settings to give us that one-time pullback and hit on the target every time you shoot. Sound fun? Woohoo! All right. I knew somebody would be excited about it. All right. So let's see. Did I give you? Yeah, I gave you the link for the Statipoll. Now I just need to give you the link for the tutorial. Right. All right. Did I give you the link for the tutorial or Sigma Zone? No, I gave you the link for the Statipoll. Okay, good. And so now, let me share this. Copy. And this is very excited to be working with you. I love this young man. By the way, Kasum has a lot of good training materials. By the way, anybody that I'm referring to you, you know, hey, go check out their stuff. Hey, go subscribe to this. I don't make money from any of these people. I've had people, you know, try to let me be their front man for different things, and I refuse to do that because I'm not going to, you know, represent people that way for money. I will tell you this: there is a book available, and there's a video series available for a very, very low cost on Amazon, where he'll take you through every single step of Minitab and how to use it, and show you, you know, in a very easy to understand way. Now it's going to take you weeks, months, you know, to digest everything that he has to present to you. But it's a journey well worthwhile, you know, if that's something, you know, that you want to follow along with. Just after I send you this link, start investigating more about Consume. And having said all that, let me just give you the link. Oh, I already gave it to you. I'm pretty good with that one. All right, go ahead and check that link. Make sure that it brings you to the right place. Good. All right, and with that, I told you I would have you out of here by 4. This video is 33 minutes, but you know, some of you, and I recognize some of you, will probably want to play with the Statipode a little bit. We'll work with the Statipode a little bit more in the morning, you know, just to kind of solidify the point. But definitely have fun with it. I want to let you out early enough to where you can digest this material. Does anybody have any questions before I release you? Michelle, give me one good question.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said, just give me one good question. Like how fast I like to drive on the interstate. I don't know. You know, ask me anything. What am I having for dinner? Thank you, Juan. You know what? I think I'm going to have steak, as a matter of fact. My son just cooked some steak, and I think I'm going to go steal some of it from him. My youngest son is 20, almost 21, and he's studying to be an engineer, and he's still here at the house. And so, you know, so long as I have him, I might as well have him cook for me every now and then. All right. Thanks, people. And we'll see you in the morning. Give me a email or a call if you need anything.